Hi, and welcome to Lines to Sleep, where words become your pathway to relaxation and help you drift off into sweet dreams. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. I'd love to know, where are you watching from, and what time is it there? Find your comfort, let go of the day, and let's begin this journey together now. I woke before dawn with a stiff neck and the residue of those unsettling dreams still clinging to my thoughts. After a quick shower, I made a pot of coffee and forced myself to eat a piece of toast. My appetite had been non-existent lately, but I needed fuel to function. Today, I planned to talk to anyone who might shed light on these mysteries from a different angle. If the normal rotes, witness statements, lab results, weren't giving me a clear picture, maybe I needed to step outside my comfort zone. I decided to visit Father Benedict at the local church. While I wasn't a particularly religious man, I knew the old priest had a sharp mind and a wealth of knowledge about local folklore. Maybe he had come across references to strange occurrences in old journals or archived records. It was a long shot, but I was running out of leads. I found him in his study, wearing a simple black cassock, glasses perched on the tip of his nose. Books were stacked everywhere. Old Bibles, volumes of theology, and local histories bound in cracked leather. He greeted me with a gentle smile, though his eyes seemed clouded with worry. "Officer Farnham," he said, offering me a seat. "I've been expecting you." I raised an eyebrow. "You have," he nodded, folding his hands on the desk. "Word travels fast in Clearwater Bay. I know the town is in turmoil, and I know you've been in the thick of it." I sighed. "That's putting it mildly, Father. Look, I won't take much of your time. I just need to ask if you've ever heard of anything like what's been happening. Strange lights, silhouettes, unexplained disappearances." His gaze flickered to a large, old book on a nearby table. "You might be interested in some of the oldest coastal legends," he said. "Stories passed down from the first settlers, some even predating modern settlement, coming from indigenous accounts." He opened the book, running a finger down a page of archaic handwriting. "There are references to shifting shadows that appear at the water's edge under certain lunar conditions. Accounts of bright fish, lamps under the waves, and people who vanished without a trace." A chill crept over me. "Are these just myths?" I asked, my voice sounding thin. "Possibly. But myths often hold a kernel of truth." Father Benedict looked up at me. "The older stories don't name these entities as extraterrestrials or ghosts, but they describe them as the Watchers, beings that come from the sky to the sea, or from the sea to the sky, depending on the telling. In some narratives, they're seen as harbingers of great change or calamity." I shifted uncomfortably. "Harbingers of what exactly?" "War, famine, disasters, or in some stories, they simply took people away. It's said that these Watchers could pass through the air and water effortlessly, leaving no trace except the strange lights and a hum, which some described as the breath of the Watchers." He paused. "I'm not saying I believe this literally, but the parallels are hard to ignore, aren't they?" My throat felt dry. "You're not wrong. We've got the humming, the lights, the vanishings. But how can something from local legend suddenly spring to life like this?" Father Benedict closed the book softly. "If these are the same phenomena, they might not be new. Perhaps they've been dormant, or perhaps they've occurred in cycles. Our recorded history is full of gaps." His words resonated uncomfortably with a thought I'd had, that maybe we just hadn't been paying attention, or technology hadn't been advanced enough to capture concrete evidence until now. Still, I struggled to imagine how centuries-old legends could manifest in our modern era. Before I left, Father Benedict offered a quiet prayer for the safety of the town, and I thanked him. I left the church feeling both enlightened and more unsettled. It was disconcerting that these events might have such deep roots in our local lore. Outside, I checked my phone. A text from Tanya, "Meet me at the station ASAP." New development, my pulse quickened. I drove there in a hurry, ignoring the speed limit. When I arrived, Tanya was pacing in the briefing room, her expression grim. "We got another abduction last night," she said. "Linda Bonham, the woman who found that fused sand on the cliffs. She was reported missing by her sister this morning." The pit in my stomach sank deeper. Linda had been one of the few level-headed witnesses, and now she was gone. Anything left behind. A dog walker found her phone near the spot where she took those pictures a few weeks ago. Screen cracked, battery drained, but we recovered some new photos that must have been taken last night. She showed me the images. They were dark and grainy, but you could make out a tall silhouette near the water. Then, in the next shot, a sudden burst of light filled the frame, obscuring everything. The final picture was just black. I stared at them, my heart pounding. Linda must have seen something that prompted her to start snapping photos, but she paid the ultimate price for her curiosity. Next, we reviewed Linda's call records. One outgoing call had connected to the local radio station, UCBR, just seconds before her phone went offline. The conversation never aired. The station was closed, so all we have is a garbled voicemail. I see it again. The same shape. It's its turn toward me. Oh my God. I can hear it humming. It's so loud The message ended abruptly in a burst of static. I replayed it multiple times, trying to glean any background noise, any clue. My mind conjured the image of Linda on the cliffs, phone in hand. That piercing hum rattling her bones before a flash swallowed her. I shuddered. Tanya's eyes brimmed with frustration. "We can't let this keep happening, Sam. We have to figure out a plan." She was right. But what kind of plan could we make against something so elusive, so beyond our normal procedures? I felt like a detective in a horror movie, except there was no guarantee of a script that would let me solve the mystery before the final credits. That afternoon, the mayor announced a state of emergency and called for reinforcements. More state police and a special task force arrived, but they looked as bewildered as we were once they reviewed the evidence. We coordinated search parties along the coastline, using night vision gear and thermal imaging drones. We thought if these silhouettes were real, we could catch them on infrared. But every time we set up a perimeter around the beach during low tide, nothing happened. As soon as we left, new sightings popped up, scattered and unpredictable. It was as though these intruders, or watchers, knew our every move. Agent Howard, meanwhile, was equally tight-lipped with the task force. She carried around her high-tech gadgets, scanning this or that, but refused to share her data. When pressed, she'd say it was classified. The tension between her and the local authorities grew daily. We were all in the dark, literally and figuratively. One evening, desperation me to consult Dr. Karen Lee, a friend of mine who taught astrophysics at a nearby university. If there was some cosmic angle, something about lunar cycles or atmospheric phenomena, maybe she'd spot it. She pored over the files I had, especially the frequencies recorded from the humming. "This pitch pattern is weird, Sam," she said, tapping her laptop. We were sitting at her cluttered home office. "It's not random, and it's not natural. There's a structure to it. Could it be radio waves or something like that?" Possibly. But these frequencies are higher than the standard range used for communication. It almost reminds me of a microwave beam, or even some exotic radiation. You mentioned an FBI agent with advanced scanners. She might be detecting something we're not aware of. I leaned in. Could it be used to move objects? Or cause harm? She shrugged, a look of genuine alarm on her face. High-intensity directed energy could theoretically disrupt biological systems, maybe even cause organ failure if it's powerful enough. But we're talking about technology that's not publicly known. A chill washed over me. If these silhouettes possessed such technology, then we were dealing with something far beyond a prankster or conventional criminal. My mind reeled with possibilities. Advanced drones, secret military experiments, or indeed something not of this earth. None of the options were reassuring. By the time I left Dr. Lee's house, the sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges. As I drove back, the roads were empty, people having locked themselves inside their homes. Fear had turned Clearwater Bay into a ghost town after dusk. Streetlights glowed dimly, and the ocean waves crashed in the distance, unseen but ominous. Suddenly, my car radio, which was tuned to static, burst into a cacophony of beeps and whines. It startled me so much I nearly swerved off the road. Regaining control, I fumbled to turn the volume down. The sounds had a pattern, almost like Morse code, but not quite. I pulled over, heart thudding, to see if I could record the noise on my phone. But as soon as I got the recording app open, the radio fell silent again. Shaken, I drove the rest of the way home in uneasy quiet. When I got to my apartment, I found a surprise waiting for me in the hallway. Agent Howard. She was leaning against the wall near my door, arms crossed. Her face bore a mask of impatience. "Agent Howard, this is unexpected," I said, my keys rattling in my hand. "I need to talk to you," she replied curtly. "Somewhere private." I led her into my small living room, flicking on the lamp. The place was a mess. Files, coffee cup, eaten meals, all signs of my obsessive focus on these cases. Agent Howard glanced around but made no comment. "What's this about?" I asked, motioning for her to sit. She remained standing. She took a breath. "I've been monitoring certain energy readings around town. Readings that are off the charts. Look, I know you've been frustrated with me withholding information, but you seem like the only local cop who's serious about figuring this out. So here's what I can tell you without losing my badge." I tried to keep my face neutral. "Go on." "I've seen pockets of similar readings in a few remote places across the country, usually near large bodies of water. They appear sporadically, often correlated with local legends of mysterious vanishings. The energy signature we're detecting is unlike anything we know, at least publicly. The speculation in my circles is that it's not terrestrial." I exhaled sharply. "You're saying you believe these are extraterrestrials?" "I didn't say that," she responded, bristling. "I said the energy signature doesn't match anything known to us. Some of my colleagues lean toward advanced foreign tech. Others lean toward the extraordinary. Either way, it's not normal. And it's dangerous." My mind raced. Part of me wanted to scoff, but another part recalled every bizarre piece of evidence we'd collected. "So, what's your plan? You obviously have more sophisticated tools than we do." Agent Howard hesitated, her composure cracking just a bit. "I'm not sure any plan we have can neutralize this threat. My superiors are big on containment. They'd prefer to hush this up, to keep it from becoming a nationwide panic. You have to understand, if this is truly something beyond our grasp, we can't risk letting it spread unchecked." "Spread? Are you suggesting this is an infection?" I asked, confused. She looked away. "Not literally. But these events have a habit of escalating. More sightings, more disappearances. Then, as quickly as they appear, they stop, leaving behind traumatized communities with no closure and more questions than answers. My job is to minimize fallout. That's a hell of a job," I said bitterly. "We're talking about people's lives here. People abducted, families torn apart." She locked eyes with me, steel in her gaze. "Don't you think I know that? Why do you think I'm here talking to you, off the record? We can't stop the vanishings with brute force or normal investigation methods. But maybe there's a pattern we can exploit." I didn't have a response. My frustration wrestled with a grudging respect for the risk she was taking telling me this. Finally, she pulled a small device from her pocket, a rectangular gadget with an LED screen. "This is a miniaturized version of the scanner I've been using. It can't do everything, but it'll show you the presence of the energy fields. If you see the reading spike, get out of there. Alert me immediately." She placed it on the coffee table. "I can't promise it'll save your life, but it might give you a warning." I stared at the device, then at her. "Thanks." I managed, picking it up and turning it over in my hands. She walked to the door, pausing before she left. "Officer Farnham, I suggest you keep this to yourself. If my superiors find out, I'll be in serious trouble." Then she was gone, leaving me standing in my living room, the device casting a faint glow in the dim light. I felt a mix of gratitude, dread, and an overwhelming sense that we were dealing with forces far beyond our small town jurisdiction. That night, I tested the device on a hunch. I stepped out onto my balcony, overlooking the bay. The wind was mild, the moon partially hidden by clouds. I scanned the dark horizon for any movement. Then I held up the gadget, switching it on. It hummed softly, a series of numbers scrolling across the screen. For a while, everything stayed at 0. But then, near the water's edge, I saw a flicker, a faint glow. Instantly, the device beeped, and the reading spiked to 3, then 5, then 8. I watched, my heart pounding, as the glow pulsed once and vanished. The reading dropped back to 0. I stood there for a full minute, hands trembling. That glow could have been a reflection, a trick of my eyes, but the device had confirmed something was there, something generating energy at a level unknown to standard science. I realized I was sweating, my pulse racing. If I'd been on the shore at that moment, would I have vanished like the others? The next few days brought no reprieve. The entire town braced for the upcoming lunar eclipse, which people began regarding with superstitious dread. The media had latched onto the detail that these sightings often happened around strong moon phases, so the impending eclipse became a magnet for rumor. Some believed the watchers, or silhouettes, would strike in mass during that cosmic alignment. Others thought the eclipse would break the cycle, banishing whatever was tormenting us. I doubted it would simply break the cycle. If anything, the eclipse felt like a catalyst, the final stroke in a terrifying paint-in that had been in progress for weeks. The mayor scheduled an emergency broadcast, urging citizens to stay indoors during the eclipse. Curiosity seekers and thrill chasers still loitered around the beaches, though hoping to catch a glimpse of the phenomenon. It was a nightmare for law enforcement. Every day that ticked closer to the eclipse felt like a countdown to a bomb detonation. We increased patrols, but at night, we were still outmatched. The watchers, if that's what they were, seemed to appear at will, circumventing every perimeter we established. People continued to disappear at random intervals. An elderly man from a retirement home, a waitress who was closing up the diner late, and, heartbreakingly, a 10-year-old boy who'd snuck out to find his missing cat. Each disappearance left a gaping hole in the community, the anguish palpable. Despite my skepticism, I couldn't help but remember Father Benedict's words about watchers being harbingers of great change or calamity. I tried to shove the thought aside, but it lurked in the back of my mind, whispering that something catastrophic might happen on the night of the eclipse. The day before the eclipse, Agent Howard called me. "We need to coordinate, Farnham. My superiors are sending more equipment. We're going to set up monitoring stations around the beach. We'll track energy fluctuations. If there's a massive spike, we can at least document it, maybe even disrupt it."
"How?"
I asked, swallowing my cynicism. "High-frequency jammers," she said. "In theory, they could scramble the energy fields if they rely on certain bandwidths. But it's experimental." I agreed to help, though I wasn't sure we'd accomplish anything more than painting a giant target on ourselves. Even so, we had to do something. Doing nothing was unthinkable. That evening, as twilight bled across the sky, I found myself walking along the pier, watching the last of the fishing boats come in. The air smelled like salt and rotting seaweed. The hum of gulls overhead sounded mournful. I couldn't shake the feeling that the town was holding its breath, anticipating the worst. I leaned against the railing, scanning the water, half expecting to see a silhouette rising from the waves. I thought about the missing people. Emily Rhodes, the surfers, Linda Bonham, Tom Halley from the ferry terminal, the elderly man, the child, the list went on. So many who had been with us just days or weeks ago. now possibly lost forever. A lump formed in my throat. I felt powerless and furious. My job was to protect this community. But how do you protect people from an enemy that blinks in and out of existence like a phantom? As darkness fell, I headed back to the station, checking my phone every few minutes in case of new reports. Around 10 p.m., I got a frantic call from the lighthouse keeper, George Mercer, who lived at the edge of town. He claimed to see lights dancing over the water. Tanya and I sped to the lighthouse, but by the time we arrived, whatever George had seen was gone. We did find him in a panic, though, hands trembling around his flashlight. "They were out there," he insisted, pointing to the black horizon. Lights swirling around like they were searching for something. Tanya tried to calm him, but he was inconsolable. This man had tended the lighthouse for decades, seen countless storms and ships wrecked at sea. Nothing had shaken him until now. We walked him home, reassuring him we'd keep watch, though I could see the doubt in his eyes, and in Tanya's, and if I was honest, in my own. By the time I finally crawled into bed, it was past midnight. Sleep was elusive. My mind replayed all the terrifying possibilities of what might happen during the eclipse. If the Watchers were building to some grand finale, how many more would be taken? Would they leave survivors, or was this the beginning of something bigger? Eventually, I drifted off, but my dreams were restless, full of swirling lights, piercing hums, and elongated figures reaching out from the darkness. When the roaring silence finally settled over the town, I slumped against the nearest wall of the makeshift command post, trying to steady my breathing. All around me, people stirred in the darkness, disoriented by the sudden loss of power. Flashlights clicked on, murmurs and hushed exclamations rippled through the crowd. I glanced at Agent Howard, who stood clutching her useless console, staring at it as if willing it to revive. In the distance, someone struck a match. A tiny flame illuminated anxious faces. Several officers were trying to organize the next steps, calling out names, checking for injuries, but the radios were dead. The air smelled of ozone and burnt circuitry. I felt like I was in a war zone after an EMP strike, which, in a way, I was. Tanya, still at my side, touched my shoulder. "Sam, are you okay?" I nodded, though my heart still hammered. "I'm alive. What about the others?" She motioned toward the cluster of people stepping gingerly around the defunct equipment. "We're fine. Some dizziness and headaches, but nothing serious. No new abductions." I asked, dread constricting my throat. "Not in the immediate area." She scanned the beach where, moments ago, silhouettes had flickered and people had been taken. It was now quiet, moonlight reflecting on the surf. "Seems like whatever that blast did, it scared them off." I swallowed hard. "For now." Agent Howard approached, her voice subdued. "We have no comms, no power. If there are still Watchers out there, we've lost our best line of defense." She didn't need to say that her reconfigured jammers were fried. We'd used them all in one massive burst, and it might have been our only shot at driving the Watchers away, at least temporarily. I peered at the sky where the lunar eclipse had peaked, the corona of the sun forming a dim, almost crimson ring. It felt like we were in the eye of a cosmic storm. "Let's gather everyone," I said. "We need to see who's missing or hurt." Within the next half hour, we formed a small assembly in the largest open space near the command post. Firefighters used battery-powered lanterns to provide some light. Townspeople huddled in blankets, some crying, others dazed. I recognized local shop owners, fishermen, and a few curious tourists who'd stuck around despite the danger. Tanya climbed onto a table to address the group. "Everyone, please stay calm. We don't know the extent of the damage, but it looks like all electronics have been knocked out. We need to check on our neighbors, especially the elderly or anyone who relies on medical devices." A wave of quiet panic passed through the crowd. People realizing that heart monitors, oxygen machines, and even simpler electronics might be down. One woman clutched her phone, tears streaming down her face. repeating that she couldn't reach her daughter in a neighboring town. Agent Howard stood apart, arms folded, lips pressed tight. She seemed to be wrestling with the enormity of what we'd done, and possibly what we'd unleashed. I cleared my throat. "Listen up," I said, stepping beside Tanya so I could be heard. "We've likely prevented a larger wave of abductions by activating that burst, but it came at a cost. Right now, we have to focus on helping each other until power is restored or help arrives. We have no reason to think the Watchers will strike again tonight, given the disruption, but we can't rule it out. Let's stay in groups, stick to well-lit areas with lanterns or flashlights if you have them, and above all, watch out for one another." But we organized small teams to check on the rest of the town. With vehicles immobilized, most modern cars were now useless. We had to do it on foot or by older, pre-electronic trucks if any still function. A fisherman named Mike Parker offered his vintage pickup, an old diesel from the 1970s that had minimal electronics. Tanya, 2 troopers, and I climbed into the truck bed, bouncing along darkened streets. The entire grid was down, traffic lights out, houses black. Occasional candles or oil lamps glowed in windows, adding to the eerie post-apocalyptic vibe. Debris from the panicked exodus lay strewn about. In a few places, I saw small fires where electrical surges must have sparked. We stopped at the retirement home first. The staff and residents were spooked, but thankfully unharmed. Their generator had blown out, so we helped carry candles and flashlights inside. The residents huddled in a common room, nursing warm cups of tea, heated over a portable gas stove. Anxiety itched their faces as they peppered us with questions. What happened? Are the aliens gone? Will the lights come back soon? I could only answer with half-truths. We think we drove them off, but we're not sure for how long. Power might be out for a while. Just stay together, and if you see or hear anything strange, shout for help. And next, we rode toward the lighthouse. I wanted to ensure old George Mercer was all right after that earlier sighting. To our relief, we found him at the base of the tower, rummaging through a store of oil lamps with trembling hands. He recognized us immediately. "You might have saved us," he said, voice quavering with a mix of gratitude and fear. "After that bright flash, it's been quiet. But the light in the tower is dead, same as everything else." I forced a small smile. "At least you're safe, George. Just keep an eye on those rocks in case anything reappears." He muttered a prayer, lighting an oil lamp to guide our way back to the truck. By the time we returned to the makeshift command post near midnight, the eclipse was over. The moon and stars hung in a clear sky, offering a soft glow to a powerless town. The adrenaline of the evening began to fade, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion. My body ached, my mind reeled with the night's horrors. Agent Howard was at a folding table, scribbling notes by lantern light. She looked up, her expression grim. "I've tried to see if any shortwave radios survived the EMP, but it's not looking good. We won't be able to contact the outside world electronically, at least not tonight." "How long until the military or the National Guard arrives?" Tanya asked, sinking onto a stool beside me. Howard shook her head. "No clue. They might even be en route, but we can't coordinate or guide them if they arrive in the dark. It's a mess." My mind flashed to the pressing question. Did we really stop the Watchers or just stall them? The fresh memory of those silhouettes flickering in and out, and the cataclysmic hum assaulting my senses, would not let me rest easy. One of the state troopers, Fox, the same man we met at the lighthouse, approached us. "We've posted lookouts at key spots around town, the diner, City Hall, the ferry terminal. All quiet so far." "Good work," Tanya said, though her tone lacked confidence. Agent Howard pushed her notes aside, exhaling. "I suggest we all grab some rest in shifts. It's going to be a long night, and we'll need clear heads tomorrow." She was right. Our resources were depleted, and there was little else we could do until morning. We agreed to sleep in rotating crews, some in the command post, others in a few side rooms at the nearby community center that had been turned into a temporary shelter. I took the second shift, so I wandered into a corner of the command post, found a patch of bare floor, and lay down with a rolled-up jacket as a pillow. My thoughts felt tangled in a web of fear, guilt, and unresolved questions. Despite the exhaustion, it took me a long time to drift into a fitful sleep. In my dreams, silhouettes flickered across my subconscious, elongated arms reaching out in silent menace. I relived the flash of light on the southern beach, the two tourists disappearing before my eyes. I heard the humming crescendo, felt my mind being pulled into some vast, alien presence, and then I jolted awake. The command post was quiet. Tanya slept nearby, arms folded over her chest. A couple of lanterns still burned, their soft glow dancing on the walls. Outside, the night pressed in, a deep void broken only by starlight. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and decided to step outside for air. The crisp breeze carried the tang of salt and the faint odor of melted electronics. My gaze wandered toward the bay, now a dark sheet of water under the moon. I half expected to see distant lights swirling in the waves, but there was nothing. I closed my eyes and listened. Apart from the wind, the town was silent, a silence more profound than I'd ever known. No hum of power lines, no hum of watchers, no mechanical whir of pumps or air conditioners. Just my own heartbeat. A lump formed in my throat as the reality of our situation sank in. We'd possibly driven away the watchers, but at the cost of crippling our entire infrastructure. And if they did come back, well, we'd have even fewer defenses now. Eventually, the gray light of dawn touched the sky, and I noticed signs of life stirring around the command post. People woke stiffly, groaning, eyes bloodshot from the stress. Agent Howard emerged, hair unkempt, rummaging through boxes for anything resembling breakfast rations. Tanya joined her. They managed to find some energy bars and bottled water, distributing them to the group. As we ate, Fox announced that he'd seen a plume of dust on the main highway, possibly vehicles approaching. We scrambled to see if it could be the reinforcements Agent Howard had called for. In short order, we witnessed a small convoy of military-style trucks cresting the hill. They stopped outside the roped perimeter, men and women in fatigues jumping out. A wave of relief mingled with new apprehension. What would they find here? A town battered by an unknown force, effectively thrown back to the pre-electric age. An officer, Captain Royce, introduced himself. We got word from higher ups that there was some kind of unidentified threat and mass power failure. Radio signals are jammed for miles. We had to navigate by map to get here. Agent Howard displayed her credentials, speaking in hushed tones with Captain Royce about the Watchers, the abductions, the jammers, and the EMP-like burst. His expression shifted from confusion to alarm to something resembling stoic acceptance. He glanced back at his trucks. We've brought supplies, generators, portable communication devices, and some backup. His gaze swept over the anxious townspeople. But from what you're saying, we might be dealing with something not standard. That's putting it mildly, I muttered. The captain ordered a team to begin distributing food and setting up a field hospital in the community center. Another squad tried to power up a heavy-duty generator, but discovered it was useless, apparently fried by the residual effects in the area. They cursed and hauled out backup gear, though it wasn't clear if even that would work. Amid all this clamor, Tanya nudged me. We need to talk to them about the bigger question, what next? I nodded, my gut twisting. Yeah, because if the Watchers return, we can't just rely on bullets. We gathered with Captain Royce, Agent Howard, and a few of his lieutenants in a small circle by the beach. The morning sun glinted off the water, giving a deceptively peaceful backdrop to our grim conversation. Howard explained the Watchers in more detail, the sightings, the humming frequencies, the abductions, and the partial success of the jammers, followed by their catastrophic overload. We need a strategy that can disrupt them if they come back, she finished. Royce tapped a pen against his chin. We have some advanced sonar and radar equipment in the trucks. normally used for locating submarines or scanning terrains. Might that help detect these watchers? Howard shrugged. Possibly. If they produce a unique energy field, we could pick it up, but we won't have much time to react. Tanya interjected. Is there a chance we can replicate the effect of that wide burst? On a smaller scale, maybe more controlled. Howard frowned. Not easily. We'd need specialized technology. My jammers are gone, and an EMP that big would just destroy everything again. I felt a surge of frustration. What if this is all moot? What if they're gone for good? The words felt hollow as I said them, because deep down, I didn't believe they were gone. Captain Royce exchanged looks with his team. We can deploy patrols. We'll keep an eye on the coastline and set up thermal and night vision scopes if we can get them running. If these entities show up again, we'll at least have eyes on them. It wasn't much, but it was something. We spent the better part of the morning coordinating efforts, distributing supplies, checking on residents, and attempting to restore some semblance of normalcy. The older diesel vehicles became lifelines for transporting critical items. Volunteers scoured houses for battery-operated lamps, candles, anything to replace the dead power grid. By noon, the sun blazed overhead, revealing the full extent of the chaos. Streets were littered with debris, broken-down cars, and twisted electronic remnants. Most shops were locked, their owners standing guard inside, uncertain whether it was safe to open. A hush still hung over the town, broken only by the laboring engines of the few functioning trucks. Some families who had fled during the night began returning cautiously, hoping the watchers were truly gone. The reality of living in a powerless town soon hit them. No refrigeration, no cell service, limited access to news. Yet ironically, I sensed a sliver of relief that at least the watchers weren't actively appearing and taking people in broad daylight. Late in the afternoon, we convened again. Tanya, Agent Howard, Captain Royce, and a few local officials, including the mayor. The meeting took place outdoors, near the diner's patio, which was about the only place large enough to gather in relative comfort. The mayor cleared his throat. We need to discuss the long-term plan. We have no idea how long the power outage will last. Captain Royce spoke up. My unit is on standby to remain here for at least a week. After that, we'll see what HQ decides. Howard folded her arms. We should assume the Watchers might reappear. Historically, these phenomena don't end with one confrontation. They might be regrouping, analyzing us. Tanya shot her a skeptical look. Analyzing us. Howard met her gaze. Think of it from their perspective. If they are indeed sentient beings, we disrupted them with an energy burst. They'll learn from that. If they come back, they might have a defense. A chill passed through me. So what do we do? Sit here and wait? Not exactly, Howard said. We can try to gather more data. The Watchers leave traces, residues, fused sand, unusual EM patterns. We should collect every sample we can. Maybe the military's gear can pick up something my scanners missed. Royce nodded. We'll organize a search along the coastline at low tide. Look for any physical evidence. My men can also explore the caves that are exposed when the tide's out, in case these Watchers have been using them. The mayor rubbed his temples, looking like he'd aged 10 years overnight. I'll pass along the plan to the council, though half of them fled town. Let's just hope we don't have another wave of panic if the Watchers return. By the time evening fell again, exhaustion weighed on me like lead. Tanya and I joined a squad of soldiers patrolling the southern beach where we'd seen the Watchers the night before. The sea was calm, the sky tinged with purple and gold. We carried flashlights, but tried to conserve their battery life. As the tide receded, we picked our way among tide pools and kelp-strewn rocks. Twice we found spots of fused sand, a glassy sheen with faint metallic flecks, the same bizarre phenomenon we'd documented before. The soldiers carefully collected samples, sealing them in thick plastic bags for later analysis. We pushed on, flashlights probing the darkening cliffs. My heart thumped with each step. half expecting a tall silhouette to materialize behind a boulder. But all we found was seaweed, driftwood, and the occasional starfish clinging to the rocks. At one point, we reached a small cave opening. Seawater trickled at our feet. The air inside was cool, stagnant, smelling of salt and damp stone. We ventured inside, flashlights cutting narrow beams through the gloom. The echo of our footsteps overlapped with distant dripping water. Suddenly, one of the soldiers stiffened. "Hear that?" he whispered. We fell silent, my ears straining. A faint, barely perceptible hum, my pulse jackhammered. Tanya's eyes went wide, and we exchanged a look of dread. Without warning, the hum cut out. A second later, our flashlights flickered, then steadied. My stomach lurched. The Watcher's presence always seemed tied to that mechanical hum. Could they be in this cave? We advanced slowly. The soldier who'd heard the hum took the lead, weapon raised. Another soldier stayed behind us, scanning the walls with a thermal scope. For a tense minute, we found nothing, just dripping water and slimy rocks. Then, from deeper in the tunnel, a dull glow flickered once, like a distant firefly, and disappeared. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure everyone could hear it. We inched forward, but after another 20 feet, the passage narrowed to an impassable crack. Whatever that glow had been, it was gone, and we had no way to follow. Tanya let out a shaky breath. "Let's get out of here. We can note this spot for later exploration." No one argued. We hurried back to the mouth of the cave, relief washing over me once I felt the fresh ocean breeze again. The Watchers were still around, maybe not in force, but definitely present in some capacity. We regrouped at the top of the cliff, where Agent Howard was waiting with a portable instrument that looked half broken. "Any sign of them?" she asked, reading our tense faces. I told her about the faint hum and the brief flicker of light. She frowned, chewing her lip. "They might be probing, trying to see if our defenses are still active." One of the soldiers swore under his breath. "Great, like they're playing cat and mouse." I turned to Howard. "We need more than just glimpses in caves. If we're going to stop this, we have to understand what they want." Her shoulders slumped. "I know Farnham. Trust me, I've been trying for years. They never leave enough evidence for a full explanation, just enough to haunt a place." A frustrated silence fell over us, broken only by the distant crash of waves. I stared at the ocean reflecting the star-strewn sky, remembering the terrifying flashes of light that had signaled each abduction. The Watchers were still out there, no doubt, and we were trapped in a stalemate. Us, powerless and technologically crippled, them elusive and beyond our comprehension. I took a deep breath, pushing down the fear. "Let's head back. We'll regroup in the morning and decide our next move." We trudged down the footpath toward the road, stepping over stones and driftwood. My thoughts churned. We'd survived the first battle a draw at best. But how would this war end? As we neared the trucks, Tanya fell into step beside me. "Sam, do you really think there's a chance we can stop them? Or are we just delaying the inevitable?" I hesitated, watching her face in the faint lantern light. "I don't know, but I have to believe we can do something. Otherwise," she nodded, not needing me to finish. Without hope, we had nothing left. In the distance, I could see the silhouettes of soldiers loading gear into truck beds. Agent Howard conferred with Captain Royce, her posture tense. The wind carried the distant hum of a generator trying, and failing, to power up, and far out on the water, lightning glimmered on the horizon. Nature's quiet reminder that storms always return. The day after our cave search, I awoke at dawn in a borrowed cot inside the community center. The stale air smelled of sweat, fear, and the faint tang of disinfectant. Outside, a few flickering lanterns still lit the hallways. Generators remained iffy at best. My shoulders ached, and my mind was already teeming with worries about the Watchers. I rolled out of bed, tugged on my boots, and stepped outside. A handful of townspeople clustered near a battered old radio on a table, hoping it might crackle to life. No luck yet. The hum of voices and the occasional clang of metal from the military's improvised workshop filled the air. A few trucks, those ancient diesel models, idled at the curb, ready to ferry supplies around town. I wandered toward the makeshift command post, feeling an unspoken heaviness settle over me. Surviving one night without a large-scale abduction felt like borrowed time. Would the Watchers strike again? How long would they let us cling to the illusion of safety? At the command post, Tanya offered me a weak smile, dark circles under her eyes. She'd slept even less than I had. Agent Howard stood nearby, fiddling with a partially dismantled scanner. Captain Royce and a few soldiers huddled over a map of Clearwater Bay, discussing patrols and possible vantage points. I cleared my throat as I approached. "Morning," Tanya replied, handing me a tin mug with lukewarm instant coffee. "We've got a meeting in 20 minutes to go over the search results from last night." I sipped the coffee. Bitter and slightly grainy, but welcome. "Anything new come up besides what we saw in the cave?" She shook her head. Some squads reported odd flickers or short bursts of humming near the water, but no direct encounters. No new disappearances either. At least that was a relief. But it also confirmed the Watchers were still around, dancing at the edges of our detection. I sighed. "I'll be ready." While we waited for the meeting, I strolled around the perimeter of the command post, which was essentially a cordoned off section of a parking lot behind the community center. Soldiers busied themselves testing their equipment, most of it still non-functional from the EMP-like burst. Here and there, I caught snatches of conversation, worries about an invisible enemy, speculation on whether we might get power back soon, rumors of the Watchers' intentions. One young private looked up as I passed. His uniform was wrinkled, eyes bloodshot. "Officer Farnham," he asked quietly. "That's me," I said, stopping. He glanced around nervously. "Is it true that these beings, they just flash in and take people? I mean, that's what folks are saying." I didn't have the heart to sugarcoat it. "Yeah, we've seen it happen. They appear, and then people vanish in seconds. Our best guess is they're using some kind of energy we don't understand." The private paled. "How do we fight something like that?" I forced a tight smile. "We're still figuring that out. But we're doing everything we can. Stick with your squad, follow orders, and watch each other's backs. That's all we can do for now." He nodded, swallowing hard. "Right, thanks." I walked away, an uneasy weight in my chest. If the Watchers attacked a large group of soldiers, would we fare any better than those unsuspecting tourists on the beach? By the time I returned to the central area, the meeting was about to start. We gathered around a hastily set up folding table. Myself, 10 Agent Howard, Captain Royce, the mayor, and a couple of key community figures like Dr. Merriweather, the coroner, and Harriet Murch, the local newspaper editor, who'd been one of the first to capture a blurry photo of a Watcher. Captain Royce tapped the map with a gloved finger. "We swept the coastline last night. Found traces of fused sand in multiple locations. Here and here." He jabbed at points along the shore. "No major sightings except for the cave report from Officer Farnham's group." Tanya pointed to the spot on the map representing the cave. We heard a hum and saw a faint glow deeper inside, but no direct contact. The cave narrows at one point. No easy way to proceed. "How extensive are those cave systems?" Harriet asked, leaning in. She still clutched her spiral notebook. "Local lore says they can be pretty winding in places," I replied. "Used by smugglers centuries ago. Some routes might even connect to old mines in the hills, though that's rumor more than fact." Agent Howard frowned. "We should check them again, maybe with specialized equipment or smaller drones, if any still work. If the Watchers are retreating underground, we need to confirm it." Royce grimaced. "We'll try to repair or shield some drones from EMP effects, but that might take days. We still haven't gotten any stable power except what these older generators can provide, and they don't have enough juice for advanced gear bar." The mayor wrung his hands. Days, meanwhile, were in limbo. People are scared. Supplies are limited, and our local economy is shot. Harriet pursed her lips. I've been hearing chatter among townspeople that maybe we should evacuate entirely. Go inland, away from the water, where these watchers seem most active. But this sparked murmurs. Captain Royce looked to Agent Howard, who raised an eyebrow. Evacuation might be an option, but we have no easy way to coordinate it. Most vehicles are dead, and we can't contact other towns to arrange mass transport. Even if we did, we don't know if the watchers can appear elsewhere. If they're truly not terrestrial, location might not matter. The mayor seemed torn. But if they're focusing on our shoreline, maybe we could at least buy time for families to move away. Royce interjected. We'd be looking at a large-scale foot convoy or reliance on a handful of older vehicles that still run. That leaves a lot of people vulnerable, especially if the watchers decide to strike on the road. A tense silence fell. Nobody wanted to orchestrate a panicked exodus that could lead to more chaos and abductions. I cleared my throat. Maybe a partial evacuation for the most at risk, like the elderly or those with medical needs. Then we keep a core group here, protected by the military presence, continuing to investigate. If we find a better solution, we can bring people back. The mayor nodded slowly. That might be reasonable, if we can plan it well. Howard and Royce exchanged a look. Finally, Royce said, we can spare a squad to escort a small group inland, but not too large, or we leave the town defenseless. The discussion went on for another hour, hashing out logistics. Ultimately, we decided to organize a small convoy in 2 days, ferrying vulnerable residents in the few functional vehicles we had, plus a borrowed military truck that might be shielded enough to run. The rest of us would stay, continuing patrols, searching the caves, and praying the watchers wouldn't escalate their attacks. After the meeting, I found myself walking with Dr. Merriweather. We crossed the main street, desolate but for the occasional soldier or townsperson going about essential tasks. Shuttered windows and boarded up shops gave the place a wartime feel. The gloom settled over me like a cloud. You look exhausted, Sam, she said gently, adjusting her glasses. When's the last time you slept properly? I shrugged. Feels like a lifetime ago. She gave me a sympathetic smile. We can't help anyone if we collapse from exhaustion. I knew she was right, but wasn't sure how to heed that advice when nightmares played my every slumber. Before I could respond, we passed an alley where a young woman crouched, rummaging through trash. She looked up, startled eyes hollow. Her clothes were torn, and her hair disheveled. Panic flared in my gut. Mom, I said, stepping closer, hands raised in a placating gesture. Are you all right? She didn't answer at first. Then she stood, hugging herself. I was looking for my cat. He ran away last night, and I'm scared. I haven't seen him. I exhaled, trying to keep my voice gentle. We've all lost track of some things. But it's not safe to wander alone. Let me or one of the patrols help you check the area. She seemed on the verge of tears. I just don't want to be alone anymore. It struck me how the Watcher's presence had eroded our sense of safety, our community bonds. I beckoned a nearby soldier, a woman in her early 30s, and asked her to assist in searching for the cat. The young woman's relief was palpable. As Dr. Merriweather and I continued down the street, the coroner sighed. This fear it'll take time to heal if it ever does. Even if the Watchers vanish tomorrow, we'll carry these scars. Yeah, I replied, not knowing what else to say. Late in the afternoon, Tanya and I joined Captain Royce in a small briefing with a handful of soldiers who'd volunteered to re-enter the cave system. They wanted to rig a portable sensor array, something that might pick up abnormal energy readings deeper inside. The array was clunky, cobbled together from scraps that survived the EMP, but it was the best we could do. An hour later, we stood once again at the cave entrance, waves lapping at the rocks. The tide was retreating, giving us a slim window to explore before water rose again. 4 soldiers accompanied us, each armed with conventional rifles and flashlights. Royce stayed behind at the command post, coordinating from afar. Agent Howard would have joined us, but she was busy trying to repair another scanning device. We entered single file, boots scraping wet stone. The air was cool, the darkness thick. The passage twisted, soon blocking out most daylight. Our flashlights illuminated slimy walls, dripping stalactites. The sensor array, carried by a soldier named Feldman, beeped quietly every few seconds, logging baseline readings. After about 100 yards, we reached the narrow point where our previous group had been forced to stop. The soldiers aimed their flashlights, revealing a fissure just wide enough for a person to squeeze through if they removed their gear. On the other side, we could see a small open chamber, faintly visible from the bouncing light beams. Tanya looked at me. Should we try? I hesitated, recalling the flickering glow we'd seen. We came this far. Let's be careful. But one by one, we shimmied through the fissure. It was tighter than I expected, my vest scraping the rock, but I managed. On the other side, the chamber opened up slightly, maybe 10 feet across with a low ceiling. Stalactites glistened like teeth. The place smelled of damp earth and something else, an acrid tang I couldn't place. Feldman placed the sensor array on a relatively flat rock. Immediately, the device's beeping quickened, the readout jumping slightly. There's definitely a higher ambient reading here, he whispered, as if the watchers might be eavesdropping. Tanya swept her flashlight across the cavern walls. Any sign of footprints or other disturbance? One soldier knelt, examining the ground. Hard to tell. The rocks are wet and uneven, but then, from deeper in the cave, a passage I hadn't noticed at first, came a faint, echoing drip. My flashlight caught a shimmer of water or condensation trailing along the floor, leading into darkness. Feldman studied his readout. I'm picking up a localized spike that way, he said, pointing to the tunnel. Not huge, but something's there. We exchanged uneasy glances. The watchers, or something left behind by them. My throat felt tight as we moved deeper. The corridor was narrower, forcing us to walk single file. Every time our boots scuffed or a rock tumbled, I flinched, half expecting a silhouette to appear in front of us. We emerged into a second, slightly larger chamber. This time, what I saw made my pulse spike. Fused sand or fused rock. A patch of the cavern floor glistened with that glassy sheen, swirling patterns reminiscent of the beaches. In the center of that swirl lay a pile of metal shards, almost like twisted scraps from a machine. My flashlight caught a metallic glint, and I noticed odd etchings or grooves on the surface. Tanya knelt, carefully picking up one shard, then cursed when it was too hot to hold. What the? Another soldier, Ramirez, produced a set of gloves and tongs. Let me, he said, grasping a shard to examine it under the flashlight. Looks alien. The Feldman sensor array beeped more rapidly now, the readout climbing. The acrid smell intensified, like burning metal. We should bag these samples, Feldman suggested, pulling out plastic evidence pouches. I scanned the chamber, heart hammering. Why were these shards here? Was this something the Watchers left behind, or a piece of technology they used that got damaged? Possibly from the massive energy burst we unleashed. My skin prickled at the thought. Maybe we'd hurt them more than we realized. Could these shards be fragments of their craft or their gear? As Feldman and Ramirez gathered samples, Tanya tapped my shoulder and aimed her flashlight at the far end of the chamber. A faint, almost humanoid outline had been scratched into the rock, like a crude carving. 3 circles formed the head, or maybe eyes, each ringed by shallow grooves. Goosebumps prickled my arms. Had something drawn that? I think we should leave, Tanya said quietly. We've got enough proof that the Watchers might be using these caves. I nodded, swallowing hard. Anxiety surged like a tangible presence. Yeah, let's get the samples and get out. But as we turned to go, a distant hum rumbled through the cave, so low it was more vibration than sound. My flashlight flickered, and a wave of dizziness hit me. The The Watcher's energy, it was here or close by move. I hissed, adrenaline spiking. Our small team hurried back toward the narrow passage, trying to keep calm. The sensor array beeped frantically. Halfway through the tunnel, the humming intensified, making my teeth ache. The flashlight stuttered again. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see a tall silhouette looming behind us. The corridor was empty, just darkness, yet the sensation of being watched was overwhelming. We reached the fissure that led to the first chamber. One by one, we squeezed through, hearts pounding. As I scrambled out, I felt a tug at the back of my vest, like an unseen hand briefly gripping me. I yelped, twisting around to see nothing but rock. My pulse hammered. Tanya grabbed my arm, pulling me forward. Come on. Once we were all through, the humming lessened, though it still resonated somewhere in the depths of the cave. Without speaking, we retreated down the tunnel, flashlights bobbing. When we finally burst into the open air, panting and dripping sweat, I felt like I'd escaped a predator's lair. We regrouped on the rocky shore. Everyone seemed shell-shocked. Feldman's sensor array was still buzzing with residual readings. Ramirez cradled the evidence pouches containing the metal shards. Tanya and I exchanged a shaky look. Did anyone else feel something grab them? I asked quietly, not sure if I'd imagined it. Ramirez shook his head, but his eyes were wide. No. But I heard a whisper. I swear. Could have been just the wind in the caves, but it sounded like voices. A chill coursed through me. Voices. Physical contact. The Watchers, or whatever was in there, could be getting bolder or more desperate. We need to bring this to Howard, I said. Tanya nodded, exhaling unsteadily. Let's go. We didn't speak much on the hike back up the cliffs. The tide was creeping in, foam swirling around our ankles. I couldn't shake the image of those metal shards, twisted and hot to the touch, lying amid the fused rock. Evidence that something had been wounded or destroyed. Or perhaps evidence of a different facet of this terrifying phenomenon. Once we reached the top, we caught a glimpse of the battered town below. Rooftops, the silent streets, the lines of sandbags the military had erected in key spots. A place once peaceful and mundane, now overshadowed by an existential threat. As we made our way back to the command post, I realized with renewed certainty this wasn't over by a long shot. If anything, we just peeled back another layer of the Watcher's mystery and discovered how little we understood about what lurked in the darkness. I was still catching my breath when we reached the command post, the late afternoon sun slanting across the asphalt. My legs trembled from the adrenaline that had surged during our cave encounter. Tanya, the 4 soldiers, and I made a beeline for Agent Howard, who stood near a half-disassembled piece of machinery. Her tie was undone, and she had dark smudges under her eyes, evidence of yet another sleepless night. She looked up, noticing the urgency in our expressions. What happened? Without missing a beat, Ramirez stepped forward, holding up the sealed evidence pouches. We found these shards in a hidden chamber. The place had fused rock, just like on the beaches, but this was deeper underground. Howard's eyebrows shot up. Fused rock inside the caves. She took one of the pouches carefully, peering at the metal fragment through the plastic. It's still hot to the touch. It was at first, Tanya said, glancing at me with a grim nod. Cooled off a bit, but definitely not room temperature. A soldier named Feldman carefully placed the sensor array on a table. It was still giving off faint beeps. What picked up high readings down there, he explained, fiddling with the device's cracked screen. Then we heard that humming again, stronger this time. Howard's jaw tightened. Let's see if we can identify these fragments. She signaled to a nearby workbench, a collection of half-functional lab gear the military and her own team had cobbled together. Put them here. We'll run what tests we can manage without full power. The notion of analyzing alien metal in an improvised workshop felt surreal, but I was past questioning the bizarre. As Ramirez set the pouches on the workbench, Howard slipped on protective gloves and poked at the shards with a small metal instrument. Strange markings, she muttered. Almost like circuitry or runes, but it's not any language I recognize. The memory of that crude humanoid figure carved into the cave wall flashed through my mind. We also found a weird drawing scratched into the rock, I said. 3 circles for a head, like eyes. Could be the Watcher's version of a warning sign. Howard didn't look up. Or a leftover from something else. But given everything else we've seen, I'm inclined to think it's related. She held the shard closer to a flickering lamp. You say you got the sensation that something was physically there, possibly grabbed you. I nodded, swallowing the knot in my throat. When I was squeezing through a gap, I felt a yank on my vest, almost like a hand. My ears still rang with the fading echo of that humming. Howard exhaled, setting the shard down. So they're definitely in those caves. Or at least they come and go. The Watchers might be transporting between the beach and underground. And if these shards are from their technology, then your energy burst may have damaged something. Tanya's gaze flicked to me, fear and a flicker of hope mingling in her eyes. If we actually hurt them, does that mean we have a chance to drive them off for good? Howard's expression remained guarded. Let's not jump to conclusions. We haven't even confirmed if these Watchers are a singular group or multiple entities. But if we cause them pain, they might retaliate. They tend to respond unpredictably. A cold weight settled in my stomach. The Watchers had already kidnapped residents if they felt threatened. What would stop them from taking more people, or striking in a more catastrophic way? Before we could dwell on that, Captain Royce approached, scanning our group with a practiced eye. Everything okay here? No one's hurt, I said, clearing my throat, but we found strong evidence in the caves. Metal shards, fused rock, a high-energy reading. Royce's gaze sharpened. I'll assign another detail to secure the cave entrance, though with limited manpower. We can't keep it under guard 24/7. Understood, Howard said. But any coverage is better than none. Royce nodded, then lowered his voice. We've finalized the plan for the evacuation convoy. They'll depart at dawn tomorrow. 6 or 7 vehicles that still run. Mostly elderly, children, and medically vulnerable folks. I felt a pang of relief that at least those who couldn't fend for themselves would be safer inland. But a flicker of doubt remained. That's good. We just have to hope the Watchers don't target them on the road. He nodded grimly. We'll have a small escort. But if anything happens, he didn't finish. We all knew how powerless we'd been when the Watchers struck in the open. Guns hadn't stopped them. Even the jammers had only provided partial, temporary relief. Howard dusted off her gloves. We should get these shards analyzed as best we can. Maybe they'll reveal a vulnerability. As she waved over a soldier who'd been tinkering with a battery-powered microscope. Sergeant, see if you can rig a stable power supply for this scope. Low voltage might be enough to get a partial magnification. As she and the soldier set to work, Tanya tugged at my sleeve. We should check on the mayor and make sure the evacuation is set from the civilian side. You up for it? I nodded, though my legs still felt shaky. Let's go. We found the mayor at the old diner, which had been turned into a gathering spot for evacuees preparing to leave. Inside, the scent of instant coffee and canned soup mingled with a faint metallic odor, courtesy of portable stoves. Families clutched blankets and meager belongings. Some huddled around flickering candles. The tension was a physical presence in the air. The mayor stood at a table, flipping through a list of names. He looked up as we approached, relief touching his eyes. Sam, Tanya, good to see you. How are things on your end? Tanya sighed. Still complicated. We discovered evidence that the Watchers are operating from inside the caves, but no breakthroughs on how to permanently stop them. The mayor nodded, swallowing hard. We're finalizing who goes on the convoy. It's heartbreaking. I can only guarantee space for about 50. Some people are begging to join, but we need to prioritize. I understood his anguish. In a crisis like this, limited resources forced cruel decisions. Anyone who stays behind, we'll do our best to protect, I said quietly. We've at least had one quiet night without massive abductions. A slender woman standing nearby, one arm around a small child, overheard me. Her eyes flashed with anger. Quiet night. That doesn't make me feel any safer. These creatures are still out there. The little girl at her side clung to her waist, face pale. The mayor tried to placate her. Mom, we're doing everything possible. The military is here, and tomorrow morning, you'll be safely on your way inland. She sniffed, but her rage dissolved into worry as she looked down at her daughter. Tanya crouched, offering the child a piece of candy from her pocket. We'll do our best to keep you safe, she murmured. I felt the weight of 100 eyes on me, frightened, expectant. They saw me as an officer, someone who was supposed to have answers, to provide protection. But this threat was unlike anything we'd trained for. Trying to bury my own doubts, I went table to table, speaking in hushed tones, checking on folks. Some recognized me from my patrol days. Clearwater Bay was that kind of town. Others were visitors who'd come here for a quiet vacation, only to be ensnared in a cosmic horror show. At one table, I found an elderly man in a wheelchair. Mr. Madsen. He used to wave at me from his porch whenever I drove by, his watery eyes lit with relief. Officer Farnham, they say I'm on the convoy. I'm grateful, doll. I patted his shoulder gently. Hang in there, Mr. Madsen. Tomorrow you'll be out of this mess. He nodded, though his gnarled hands shook. You're a good man, Sam. I just hope we're not abandoning the rest of you to face those things alone. I forced a smile. We'll manage, one way or another. But after we finished our check, the mayor beckoned Tanya and me aside. I need a favor. With so many people stressed, some are talking crazy. Like going out on their own, or worse, doing something drastic to lure the watchers, and try to communicate with them. I need you two to keep an ear out for that kind of talk and prevent any reckless acts. My chest constricted. Communication with the watchers. The idea sounded suicidal. You got names? I asked. He shook his head. No one's being upfront, but I've heard rumors. People are desperate for answers, Sam, and desperation can lead to folly. Tanya rubbed her temples. Understood. We'll watch for it. We left the diner with a renewed sense of tension. The watchers weren't just an external threat. The psychological toll they inflicted was fracturing our community from within. As dusk approached, a soldier came jogging to find us, panting. Officer Farnham, we need you at the command post. Agent Howard's found something. Tanya and I exchanged glances, hearts skipping. We followed him through the darkening streets, stepping over mangled electronics and broken glass. Ever since the EMP, like blast, the town remained a graveyard of modern conveniences. At the command post, we found Howard standing over a microscope, brow furrowed. A single lantern provided pale light. 2 other soldiers hovered nearby, curiosity etched on their faces. What's going on? I asked, eyeing the shards laid out under the scope. Howard glanced up, pushing a strand of hair behind her ear. We managed to get minimal magnification on the metal fragments. I don't even know how to describe it. The surface is etched with microscopic channels, like a circuit board but far more complex. I leaned in, peering at the laptop that was connected to the microscope camera. The screen was cracked, the colors off, but I could make out a zoomed image of the shard's surface, revealing impossibly intricate grooves. Tiny geometric patterns crisscrossed in fractal, like designs, glowing faintly under a small UV light. Tanya let out a low whistle. That's insane. Any idea what it's used for? Howard shook her head. None. It might be part of a power source, a communication device, or something else entirely. But get this. I picked up faint signals when I passed an electrical current through it. Like it's still active. My stomach flipped. Active. As in transmitting or receiving something. She tapped a finger on the screen. Hard to say. With our limited tools, I can't decode it, but the fact it responds to current suggests it's not just inert debris. An icy thought threaded through me. Could the Watchers track us through these shards or use them to re-establish a foothold? As if reading my mind, Howard said, I'm keeping them shielded in a lead-lined container now, just in case. But this is one more clue that they're technologically advanced, beyond our current understanding. One of the soldiers, a woman named Perez, inhaled sharply. So if that's just a broken piece, imagine what their intact devices can do. None of us replied. The Watchers had already shown us glimpses of their terrifying capabilities. If these shards came from something bigger, a mechanism that allowed them to appear and disappear, to abduct people in a flash, then we were dealing with a technology far outstripping anything on Earth. Howard sighed. I hate to say it, but the best move might be to get these samples to a high-level research facility. But that would require getting them inland, which means risking them, and the people carrying them, on the road. Tanya's eyes flicked to me. The convoy tomorrow morning. We could send some of the shards along with them for further analysis. Possibly, Howard agreed. Though if the Watchers sense it, they might intercept. Or if we keep it here, we might keep drawing them in. She paused, then added. But from a scientific standpoint, sending the samples out might be our only hope to eventually crack this mystery. I mulled it over. Let's talk to Captain Royce. Maybe he can assign a small but well-armed escort specifically for the shards. Howard nodded, sealing the shards back into their lead-lined case. I'll pack them up, but we need to be absolutely sure we're ready for any response. I turned to Tanya. We'll go find Royce. If we hurry, we can finalize the arrangement before the convoy's set. She gave a tight nod, looking as wary and determined as I felt. Yeah, let's do it. But night draped the town in thick darkness as we headed toward the military tents where Royce maintained a temporary operations center. The moon hung low, casting elongated shadows across the battered streets. Now and then, I thought I heard faint humming on the breeze, but it might have been my imagination. Anxiety had become a constant companion. We found Royce near a lantern, poring over a worn map. He greeted us with a curt nod. Heard you had a breakthrough with those metal fragments. Tanya explained the gist. The fragments appeared to be advanced and still faintly active, making them a prime candidate for deeper analysis off-site. Royce rubbed his chin, scanning the map as if searching for the route to take. He said, We're planning on leaving at first light, around 6 a.m. The route is about 40 miles inland to a bigger highway that might lead to a functioning town or city. He traced a finger along the paper. We've got one deuce and a half truck that's pre-digital. It can carry a few squads plus the evacuees. Another half dozen civilian vehicles are also coming, though we can't guarantee reliability. How many soldiers in the escort? I asked. About 15, he replied. Plus a few local volunteers with firearms. We don't want to strip our presence here entirely. Tanya nodded. We'd like to add the shard samples to that convoy. The Watchers might sense them, so we need a dedicated guard to keep them safe. Royce didn't hesitate. I'll assign a detail. But let's be realistic, if these Watchers can appear anywhere, that convoy could be vulnerable. A chill ran through me, recalling how easily the Watchers took people. At least it's a better chance than leaving the shards rotting here. Royce folded the map. Agreed. We're rolling the dice either way. But we made arrangements for Howard to accompany the shards. She was the only one with enough scientific background to explain them properly to any labs or federal contacts. She resisted at first, wanting to remain on site. But eventually logic prevailed. She was too valuable to keep in the war zone, especially with no advanced tools at our disposal. That left Tanya, me, and the rest of the police and military to hold Clearwater Bay. We'd have fewer resources, fewer experts, but at least some portion of the population would be safe. especially those who needed medical care or were too old or young to defend themselves. After finalizing details, Royce turned to me, lowering his voice. "Make no mistake, Farnham. If the Watchers come back in force once the convoy's gone, you might be on your own for a while." "I know," I said, my stomach lurching. "But we can't let fear paralyze us. We have to stand our ground." He clapped a hand on my shoulder, then asked, "You gonna be okay with that?" I forced a thin smile. "Not really, but it's the job." He nodded sullenly, understanding that our bravado was more necessity than confidence. That night, few of us slept more than a couple hours. The command post was abuzz with quiet preparations, fueling old trucks, checking supplies, distributing last-minute rations. Families destined for the convoy slept in anxious clusters on the diner's floor. Meanwhile, Tanya and I took rotating watch near the beach, scanning the water for any sign of lights or silhouettes. Just past midnight, I lingered on the wooden pier where Tom Halley, the maintenance worker, had vanished weeks ago. A single lamp flickered at the end of the dock, casting a trembling reflection on the calm water. The moonlight revealed the ocean's surface, rippling in gentle waves. It looked almost peaceful, if you ignored the fact that terrifying beings might lurk beneath. Tanya joined me, her jacket pulled tight against the ocean breeze. "No activity so far," she said softly. I gazed at the horizon. "It's strange, like they're watching us from a distance, waiting for something." She didn't deny it. We stood there in silence, side by side, each lost in thoughts of what dawn would bring. Part of me wanted to leave with the convoy, to escape the looming threat, but I couldn't abandon the town I was sworn to protect. Whatever I was still capable of doing, I had to do it here. Eventually, we trudged back to the command post, exhaustion tugging at our eyelids. At around 3 in the morning, I finally dropped onto a makeshift cot. Sleep found me in fits, plagued by nightmares. Images of caves lit by pale lights, watchers looming tall, reaching for me with elongated arms. I dreamed I heard them whispering, an unintelligible chorus. I jolted awake just before dawn, heart pounding. It took me a moment to remember where I was. The sky outside had lightened to a murky gray. Soldiers and volunteers bustled around, preparing the convoy. A hush clung to them, as though no one dared speak above a whisper lest they summon our enemy. I forced myself to my feet, grabbed a cup of instant coffee from a thermos, and headed out to see the convoy off. The deuce and a half sat rumbling, exhaust puffing in the cool morning air. Several battered cars lined up behind it. People climbed aboard with backpacks, crates, and wide, fearful eyes. Agent Howard appeared, carrying a carefully locked metal case. The shards inside, presumably. She gave me a tight nod. "I'll do everything I can to get these to the right people. Sam," I mustered a shaky grin. "Keep yourself safe. We need your expertise if we're going to get through this." She half laughed, half sighed. "I'll try." We shook hands, an unspoken sense of camaraderie passing between us. Then she climbed into the truck's front seat, beside the driver. Tanya was helping an older woman secure her grandchild's seat in one of the civilian vehicles. When she finished, she stepped over to me, her expression tense. "It feels wrong, letting them go without us." "It does," I admitted, "but at least they'll be far from here." A hush fell as Captain Royce gave the signal. Engines revved. Headlights flickered. The convoy started rolling forward. People on the sidewalk, those staying behind, waved goodbye or stared in subdued silence. I noticed Harriet Murch, the newspaper editor, snapping photos with a disposable camera, probably for a future headline none of us could yet imagine. As the vehicles rumbled down the street, the first rays of the rising sun bathed them in golden light. The sight gave me a fleeting sense of hope, like maybe they would find real safety and help beyond the horizons of our doomed little town. But as the last car disappeared around the bend, a hollowness set in. We were fewer now, nearly half the population gone. Tanya and I stood with the remaining soldiers and townspeople, the echo of engines fading into the distance. The Watchers were still out there, somewhere. Now we'd have to face them with whatever we had left. I glanced at Tanya, who offered a fragile smile. "Well," she said, "we still have each other." "Yeah." My voice felt thick. "And we've got a town to protect." She drew in a deep breath, turning to look at the ocean. "Let's see what today brings." Once the convoy disappeared around the bend, a hollow stillness claimed the street. We stood there, me, Tanya, Captain Royce, and a few remaining soldiers, listening to the diminishing hum of engines until it faded to nothing. The sun's early rays glinted on the shattered windows and burnt out electronics that littered the sidewalks, a quiet testament to the devastation we'd already endured. My breath misted in the cool morning air. Despite the pale light, everything felt grim and surreal. It was as though the Watchers' very presence had hollowed out our town, leaving only questions and fear behind. I rubbed my stiff neck, trying to dispel the knot of worry lodged at the base of my skull. The Watchers hadn't reappeared in force since the EMP-like blast, but none of us believed they were truly gone. "All right," Royce said, voice firm. "We have a long day ahead. Let's break into teams, secure key areas, set up watch rotations. We can't just wait for them to strike." "Agreed," Tanya said. "I'll coordinate with the local volunteers. They're starting to show up at the diner, asking how to help." I nodded. "I'll check in with Dutter. Lick, maybe she's made some progress on the frequency data we gathered before the power grid went down." Royce turned to his soldiers, assigning each squad a sector downtown, the lighthouse and the cliffside overlooking the caves. Even with fewer personnel, we were determined to maintain some semblance of control. The Watchers thrived in confusion and fear. We had to deny them that advantage as best we could. After a quick bite of stale crackers and instant coffee, I headed to DAR, Lee's makeshift lab, set up in a small classroom at the community center. The building's power was still out, but an older diesel generator hummed faintly outside, supplying limited electricity to a few lights and Dr. Lee's battered computer equipment. She'd been working nonstop, analyzing whatever data we could salvage from prior recordings of the Watcher's hum. I found her bent over a laptop, hair in a messy bun, eyes red with fatigue. A small LED lamp illuminated her notes, which were scattered across the table: waveforms, frequency charts, scribbled annotations. She barely looked up when I entered. "Morning," I said softly, so I wouldn't startle her. "Any luck?" She let out a long sigh, pushing her glasses up her nose. "Define luck." "I've identified some recurring frequency patterns in the Watcher's hum, especially around 20-30 kilohertz, but it's not consistent. It modulates in a way I've never seen before, possibly carrying hidden sub-frequencies." I pulled a chair next to her. "Could that be communication?" She shrugged. "It could be. Or a navigational signal, or something else entirely. My guess, it's some form of scanning or mapping system they use to move between places. Like sonar meets quantum entanglement." But her tone was both awed and exasperated. I took a closer look at the waveforms on the screen. Jagged peaks and valleys scrolled across the display, color coded to indicate amplitude shifts. "Is there a way to jam it or replicate it? That's the holy grail, right?" She rubbed her temple. "To jam it, we'd need to produce a counter, frequency strong enough to interfere. But that's essentially what Agent Howard's jammers did, and we saw how dangerous that was. To replicate it, we'd have to understand the Watcher's underlying tech. We're barely scratching the surface." I exhaled, frustration gnawing at me. Even a partial replication might help, if we could open or close whatever passage they use. She considered this. "Let me see if I can refine these waveforms. If you give me a few more hours, I might piece together a single repeating pattern, but I make no promises." "That's all I ask," I said, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We need any edge we can get." As I stepped out of the classroom, the overhead lights flickered. The generator sputtered once. My heart rate spiked. remembering how the Watchers often disrupted electronics with their mere presence. But after a moment, the lights steadied. Probably just the old generator hiccuping. Back in the parking lot, I found Tanya directing a group of volunteers, most of them armed with hunting rifles or shotguns. They wore grim expressions. Some were ex-fishermen, others shop owners. None looked particularly comfortable wielding weapons, but fear had propelled them into roles they never imagined. Tanya introduced me to a gray, bearded man named Carl, who used to run the local tackle shop. He's heading up the southwestern perimeter patrol, she explained. They'll keep watch near the marshes. Carl nodded, eyes set with quiet determination. Not sure how much good we'll do if those things appear out of nowhere, but at least we can warn folks. That's all we can ask, I said. Stay in groups of 3 or more, never alone. If you spot anything, lights, silhouettes, weird humming, signal immediately. He tipped his cap in acknowledgement. Understood. Once he and his group headed off, Tanya folded her arms, exhaling. I hate sending civilians into potential danger, but we're spread too thin. Yeah, I murmured. We can't be everywhere at once. At that moment, a loud metallic clang made us jump. Spinning around, we saw a soldier struggling to keep the generator outside Dr. Lee's lab from toppling. The ground beneath it had softened, possibly from a leaky pipe. After a flurry of yells and some quick lifting, they got it stabilized again. Tanya and I shared a wry smile. Just another daily crisis. But the tension lingered. Every noise felt ominous, every mishap a potential sign of the Watcher's return. By midday, the sun beat down, turning the town into a patchwork of shimmering heat and deep shadows. A sense of fragile calm reigned. No sightings, no strange lights or hums. Some townspeople took advantage of the lull, venturing out to find food or check on abandoned properties. Military patrols roamed, though their gear was limited, and their communications still hampered. Hoping to glean new clues, I decided to visit Father Benedict again at the local church. His calm presence and knowledge of folklore had been useful before. The small, old stone building stood at the edge of downtown, its wooden doors propped open to let in a breeze. Inside, I found him kneeling near the altar, tending to a flickering row of votive candles. He rose when he saw me, a tired smile creasing his kindly face. "Officer Farnham, you look troubled." I couldn't help a short laugh. "That's an understatement, Father. We've evacuated a big chunk of the town, but the Watchers are still out there, and I feel like we're missing a piece of the puzzle." He motioned for me to sit in a pew, then joined me. The interior was cool and dim, a stark contrast to the scorching sunlight outside. Dust motes drifted in the beams of colored light from the stained glass windows. "I've been reading more of the old histories," he said. "There's mention, though vague, of a time when these shadows by the sea were driven away by what the text calls the Great Shatter. It's likely referencing some cataclysmic event." I leaned forward. "Any detail on what caused it?" He shook his head, disappointment etched in his eyes. "Only fragments, references to intense light, an explosion of sound. It could be a metaphor for an earthquake or volcanic eruption. Or maybe something else. The text says that after the Great Shatter, the Watchers disappeared for generations. I thought of the massive energy burst we'd unleash it. A literal shatter of electronics. Could our act have mimicked this ancient event? You think what we did might have parallels to that old legend? "It's possible," Father Benedict said quietly. "You did unleash a great wave of disruptive energy, and the Watchers did retreat. But if they're following a historical pattern, they could return stronger or shift tactics." A chill ran down my spine, recalling how we'd found evidence of Watchers deep in the caves, perhaps searching for or repairing their equipment. Any chance those old texts mention caves or an underground refuge? He pursed his lips. Nothing explicit, but some references speak of hidden places where the Watchers rested. Perhaps the caves are exactly that. If so, there might be more to discover within their depths. Or maybe a final confrontation waiting. My shoulders sagged. I'm not sure we have the manpower for a deeper cave expedition, but we can't ignore it forever. He placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Whatever you decide, Officer Farnham, remember that you do not face this evil alone. The courage of a few can inspire many. I rose, thanking him for his insight. Outside, the sun felt harsher, and my mind buzzed with possibilities. If an ancient cataclysm had once driven the Watchers away, perhaps we needed a modern equivalent. But what that looked like, and whether we could pull it off without destroying the town, remained painfully unclear. Toward evening, a sudden commotion erupted near the southern beach. A runner rushed to the command post, breathless, calling out my name and Tanya's. We hurried to meet him, heart in our throats. "There's a boat," he gasped. "Just showed up offshore, looks half sunk. We see someone waving for help." My mind jumped to the Watchers. Could this be another trap, or a new wave of abductions? But it might also be survivors or travelers in dire straits. Without hesitation, Tanya and I grabbed a couple of soldiers, commandeered an old fishing dinghy that still ran on a small outboard motor, and set out to investigate. The ocean was eerily calm as we navigated away from the pier. The sun was setting, casting the water in bands of pink and gold. Tanya pointed at a dark shape bobbing about 200 yards out. As we drew closer, I saw a battered yacht listing heavily to one side. A tattered flag fluttered from the stern, though I couldn't identify its design. A single figure stood on the deck, waving a piece of cloth, someone tall and thin. My pulse kicked. Not a Watcher silhouette, I told myself, but a living human being. Once we were near enough to call out, I yelled, "Clearwater Bay Police, do you need assistance?" The person's voice rang out, rough with salt air. "Yes, I'm all alone. Engine's dead, I ran aground on something. Please help." Relief flooded me. "Hang tight, we'll pull alongside." We maneuvered carefully, mindful of the half-sunken hull. Up close, I saw scorch marks on the sides of the yacht, as though an electrical surge had ripped through it. The man himself, blonde hair matted to his forehead, face streaked with soot, appeared uninjured, just deeply rattled. He wore a tattered life vest over a soaked t-shirt and cargo shorts. "Thank you," he croaked. "I'm Andrew. Andrew Halverson. I was sailing north when something happened." He shook his head, eyes wild. Lights in the sky, my instruments went nuts, then died. A flash like lightning, but there was no storm. Next thing I know, my radio's fried, my engine's out, and the boat's drifting. One of the soldiers helped him onto our dinghy while I inspected the yacht's interior, shining a flashlight inside. Wires dangled, blackened and fused. The small control panel was melted in places. No sign of foul play, but definitely some electromagnetic surge. Possibly the Watchers' doing. Returning topside, I saw Andrew slumped in the dinghy, trembling. "Hey you, have you seen them?" he asked, voice barely a whisper. Tall shapes, silhouettes out of nowhere. My heart sank. Another eyewitness, yes. We've been dealing with them here. They're responsible for the surge you encountered. He stared at me with haunted eyes. They took my wife, Clarissa. She was with me when the light started. His voice cracked. I only looked away for a second. Then I heard her scream. I turned, and she was gone. Tanya gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "I'm so sorry." His gaze turned desperate. I tried to search the boat, the water, everything. No trace. That's when the engine failed. I swallowed hard, recalling the countless people in Clearwater Bay who'd vanished in a flash of light. "We'll bring you to shore," I said quietly. "We have a small military presence here, but no one's been able to stop them yet." Andrew clenched his jaw, tears brimming. "I just want her back. We'd only been married 6 months, Dom." There was nothing I could say to ease that grief. Instead, Tanya guided the boat toward the pier, while the soldiers abandoned the wrecked yacht. The Watchers had claimed yet another victim, leaving behind nothing but a traumatized survivor. When we reached the pier, dusk had deepened into full twilight. A handful of townspeople gathered, curiosity and fear twisting their expressions as they saw a newcomer. Andrew stumbled onto the dock, wincing as he looked around at our half-ruined town. "Is there a doctor?" he asked hollowly. "Not a hospital doctor," Tanya replied softly. "But we have a medic who can see you, plus Dr. Merriweather, the coroner. She's been helping where she can." Andrew just nodded, resigned. We took him to a small triage area in the community center, where a volunteer nurse gave him water and checked his vitals. Later that evening, Tanya and I stood outside the makeshift triage, the sky awash in starlight. Distantly, a pale crescent moon reflected off the bay, reminding me of the Watcher's domain. Andrew's story echoed in my mind, amplifying my sense of dread. They were still out there, seizing people off boats, out of cars, on beaches. No place felt truly safe. "We have to do something," Tanya said finally, voice trembling with anger. "Every day, more lives are destroyed. We can't just wait around." I nodded, jaw clenched. "Dr. Lai is working on the frequencies. Maybe that's our key. Some kind of final confrontation that replicates the Great Shatter event Father Benedict mentioned." She frowned. "Another massive energy burst. We barely survived the first one, and that might not stop them for good. It could just drive them deeper underground." "I know," I admitted, "but our options are limited." A Captain Royce approached us, face drawn. "Just heard about the boater you rescued. Another abduction then?" "His wife," Tanya murmured. "Gone in a flash," Royce grimaced. "I've posted extra sentries at the pier, though I doubt that'll help if the Watchers appear out of nowhere. We need a better plan." I stared out at the dark ocean, a swirling mixture of rage and helplessness in my gut. The Watchers had inflicted so much pain without warning or reason. Their technology, beyond comprehension, allowed them to appear and vanish like ghosts, claiming victims at will. Then a thought struck me, seemingly out of nowhere. We had found broken shards of their device in the cave. If we truly damaged something crucial, maybe the Watchers were more vulnerable than we realized. Could we lure them to a specific spot and deliver a decisive blow? "I might have an idea," I said slowly, turning to Royce and Tanya. "It's risky, and we might have to venture back into the caves, or set a trap by the shore. But if we can replicate a powerful burst in a controlled environment, maybe we can destroy whatever device they used to anchor themselves here." Royce lifted an eyebrow. "We'd need a big energy source for that. Our jammers are fried. Darn. Lee still has partial power from the generator," Tanya added. "And some of the soldiers have leftover ordnance or experimental charges, right?" Royce nodded cautiously. "We do have a small cache of demolitions, but we'd need the Watchers to be physically present. Otherwise, it's just a fireworks show in an empty cave." A chill prickled my spine. They're guarding something in those caves, or at least moving in and out. If we create a strong enough frequency pulse, maybe we can lure them, then detonate the charges before they can vanish. It's a gamble. But Tanya swallowed. "That's an understatement. But we have to try," I insisted. "We can't keep letting them terrorize this town. We can't keep losing people one by one." Royce ruminated for a moment, then exhaled. "All right, we'll formulate a plan. Dr. Lai handles the frequency generator, if she can jerry-rig one. We place explosives in a strategic location, maybe the main cavern or the beach caves at low tide. We draw the Watchers in, trigger the burst, then blow the charges." The magnitude of what we were discussing made me lightheaded. One wrong move and we could bury ourselves alive. Or the Watchers might abduct us mid-act. "We'll need a backup plan," I said, forcing myself to think practically. "And no shortage of courage." Tanya squared her shoulders. "We have to do something. Everyone left in this town is counting on us." We agreed to present the idea to Dr. Lai in the morning. The Watchers might sense our intentions, but we had no choice. If they truly had a base or device in the caves, we'd go after it. Either we ended their reign of terror, or we went down fighting. As we parted ways for the night, I glanced up at the stars, remembering the old stories of watchers from beyond our world. We had come to the brink of madness and desperation. Now it was time to push back, because if we didn't, Clearwater Bay, our home, might simply become another footnote in whatever grim cosmic story the Watchers were writing. We convened at dawn in a back room of the community center, a dimly lit space that served as both Dr. Lee's lab and our improvised strategy hub. The only working light came from a gas lantern on a metal stand, its glow reflecting off the exhausted faces around Ma Tanya, Captain Royce, Dr. Lai, a few trusted soldiers, and Carl, the gray bearded tackle, shop owner leading the volunteer patrols. Outside, the sky was still streaked with pink, promising another scorching day in Clearwater Bay. I'd barely slept. My mind churned all night with the realization that our next moves would be make or break for the town, and possibly for us. The Watchers had proven they could strike anywhere, but the fragments we'd collected and the frequency data Dr. Lai had analyzed hinted at a weakness. If we were to exploit that weakness, we had to do it soon, before more people vanished or we lost what little infrastructure we had left. Dr. Lee stood at a battered table, unveiling a strange contraption of wires, circuit boards, and a laptop with a cracked screen. "This is the best I can do with the limited resources," she said, tapping the device. "I'm calling it the resonance array. It's basically a frequency emitter cobbled from leftover lab equipment and the remains of Agent Howard's jammers." Royce eyed it skeptically. "Will it be strong enough?" Dr. Lee lifted her shoulders in a weary shrug. "Strong enough to get the Watcher's attention, if that's what we want. But I can't promise it'll replicate the same intensity as the EMP-like burst. We don't have nearly the same power capacity. We've only got a small generator, and I've rerouted half its output to run this thing." Tanya crossed her arms. "So if we use this array in the caves, we'll have to lug the generator down there, too?" Dr. Lee nodded. "Yes, a smaller portable generator. I've already stripped out the non-essentials to make it lighter. It's still heavy, though. We'll need a team to carry everything and to protect it." A heaviness settled over the group as we contemplated the logistics. Descending into the Watchers' suspected domain, holding a generator and a delicate array through dark tunnels, hoping not to be ambushed before we could even set it up. Carl cleared his throat. "You folks are the experts, but I'm guessing the Watchers won't let us just waltz in and blow up their gizmos." I glanced at Royce. "That's where you come in. We'll need guards for the array team, plus a separate squad to set demolition charges in the right spots. If we can lure the Watchers to the main cavern, where the fused rock and metal shards were found, we can time a detonation once they're in range." Royce frowned. "Timing is everything. If we blow it too soon, we might not catch them. Too late, and we risk them escaping or worse, us getting taken." My stomach clenched. "We'll have to coordinate carefully. Dr. Lai, can you set the array on a timer or remote trigger so we can be ready to detonate once the Watchers appear?" She grimaced. "A remote trigger would require a radio signal or a functioning transmitter. That's risky. The Watchers might interfere. But I can rig a manual switch. Someone on the spot can flick it on at the right moment." Tanya ran a hand through her hair. "Which means one of us has to stay dangerously close to that device until the Watchers show up." We all fell silent, absorbing the risk. Every detail of this plan bristled with peril. But after the endless cycle of fear and half measures, none of us saw a better option. "All right," Royce said finally. "Let's outline the steps." We spent the next hour mapping out our plan. First, we'd gather a strike team. 5 soldiers and 5 local volunteers, plus Tanya, Dr. Lai, and me. We'd enter the caves at low tide, using the same entrance we'd scouted before. 2 soldiers would carry the small generator. Dr. Lai would handle the resonance array, and the rest would provide security. Meanwhile, Royce and Carl would stay at the cave mouth with reinforcements, ready to rush in if we signaled trouble or if Watchers tried to escape from another tunnel. Second, we'd placed demolition charges in the main cavern. One soldier had experience with explosives and assured us we had enough to cause a cave, in if detonated in the right spots. The idea was to collapse the chamber onto the Watchers, or their device, once we lured them in. This wouldn't be a gentle explosion. The risk of us getting trapped was real. Third, we'd position the array near the fused rock to generate a high-frequency pulse that, if Dr. Lee's analysis was correct, would act as a beacon or irritant to the Watchers. If they were in the cave, they'd come. If they were outside, we hoped they'd sense it and appear. Our job was to hold our ground until the Watchers revealed themselves, and then blow the charges, burying them and their technology under tons of rock. The final piece was a fallback route. If everything went wrong, we'd retreat through a narrow side passage we'd identified on our last survey. One that, ideally, wouldn't collapse in the blast. A soldier would remain at that passageway with an extra set of explosives to seal it off behind us if the Watchers gave chase. It was a patchwork plan, full of potential failure points, but it was all we had. By late morning, we were geared up. Tanya wore her usual uniform, minus all the electronics that no longer worked. I wore an older police vest, carrying spare flashlight batteries and a sidearm I doubted would help against Watchers, but it gave me some psychological comfort. Dr. Lai, normally a reserved academic, stood resolute in hiking boots, a backpack stuffed with spare cables and frequency meters. The soldiers, names echoing in my mind: Ramirez, Feldman Perez, and two others, Chen and DuPont, did a final check of their weapons and the explosive charges. 3 local volunteers, including a tall woman named Sasha, and 2 men, Terrence and Joel, each carried shotguns or hunting rifles. They were untested in close-quarter battles, but their faces were set with grim determination. We marched toward the southern cliffs, escorted by Royce, Carl, and a handful of others who would remain outside. The path wound along the rocky shore. The tide was out, exposing pools of briny water that glimmered in the midday sun. Gulls circled overhead, their cries strangely discordant in the otherwise quiet landscape. Nearing the cave entrance, my mind replayed our earlier explorations. The flickering glow, the melted sand, the haunting hum. It felt like stepping into the lair of a predator that watched our every move. I clenched my jaw, swallowing the knot in my throat. Royce pulled me aside as the soldiers prepared ropes and flashlights at the cave mouth. "Keep in mind, Farnham, we've got no backup if this goes south. I'll station men here, but if that cavern collapses prematurely, we're all out of luck." I nodded, forcing a tight smile. "Understood. This is our best shot at ridding the town of these creatures." He clasped my shoulder. "Godspeed." Inside the cave, the air grew dank and cool. We shuffled carefully along the dim passage, flashlights illuminating craggy walls slick with salt water residue. Drock. Lai and 2 soldiers carried the portable generator on a stretcher-like frame, while DuPont hefted a duffel bag of explosives. The rest of us fanned out, scanning for signs of Watchers. With each step, my pulse thundered in my ears. The deeper we went, the heavier the air felt, like the weight of countless unanswered questions pressed in on us. Tiny rivulets of water trickled along the floor, reminding us that high tide would flood these corridors if we lingered too long. We reached the first small chamber, the place where we'd previously found fused rock and metal shards. The shards were gone now, taken by Agent Howard to a safer location, but the swirling patterns remained, glimmering in the flashlight beams. I noticed new scorch marks on the walls, faint but distinct, as if something had recently burned them. "Everybody stay alert," Tanya whispered, shining her light on the patterns. "They've been active here." Dr. Lai stepped gingerly across the fused rock, eyes on her handheld frequency meter. "I'm picking up minor fluctuations," she said softly. "No strong signal yet, but definitely above baseline." Ramirez motioned for us to move to the next passage, leading to the main cavern. We proceeded single file, the tunnel narrowing until we reached the gap that we'd once squeezed through. The soldiers passed the generator with some difficulty, muttering curses under their breath. My skin prickled at the memory of feeling a tug at my vest the last time I came this way. Eventually, we emerged into the broad chamber, where we'd found the largest patch of fused rock. The ceiling was higher here, the floor uneven with limestone ridges. A slight echo reverberated when we shuffled around, as if the chamber were a giant throat ready to swallow us. "All right," Dr. Lee said, voice hushed. "This is the spot." DuPont and Ramirez began positioning the demolition charges along the perimeter. They were careful to choose load-bearing sections of rock. If done correctly, a controlled detonation would bring down a massive chunk of the ceiling but leave our exit intact. Hopefully. Meanwhile, the rest of us formed a loose perimeter. Sasha and Terrence aimed their shotguns at the darkness, while Joel kept watch behind us. I could see the sheen of sweat on Tanya's forehead, even in the cave's chill. My own heart thumped violently against my ribcage. Dr. Lee set the generator near the center of the chamber, hooking up wires that led to the resonance array, a boxy contraption bristling with antennae like protrusions. She whispered a quick explanation. "When I flip this switch, it'll start emitting a frequency wave patterned after the watch's hum. The idea is to provoke a response." I wiped my clammy hands on my pants. "Are we sure we want to do this now? Or should we let the demolition team finish placing charges first?" Ramirez spoke up from across the cavern. "We're almost set. 2 more charges and we'll be good to go." "Roger that," Tanya said, trying to keep her voice steady. A tense 5 minutes passed as the soldiers carefully rigged the final explosives, linking them via a wired circuit to a single detonator. Once they signaled readiness, Lee took a shaky breath. "On your mark." I looked around at the circle of determined faces. "Let's do it, Ba." She threw the switch. The generator chugged. The array hummed softly at first, then built into a series of warbling pulses that made the hairs on my arms stand up. The sound was eerie, like the watchers humming, but interspersed with static and higher-pitched squeals. Seconds ticked by in agonizing silence, broken only by the pulsing waves of sound from the array. I scanned the chamber walls, half expecting silhouettes to slither out of the crevices. Then Tanya stiffened. "Do you hear that?" A low rumble, like distant thunder, rippled through the cave. The array's hum spiked, and Dr. Lee's eyes flew to her meter. "I'm picking up an increase. Definitely something responding." The flashlights flickered. My stomach lurched with dread. One by one, the beams wavered, as if an unseen wave of energy washed over us. Then, from the far edge of the chamber, a thin, wavering glow emerged. 2 watchers stepped into view. Elongated shapes that towered nearly 8 feet tall, arms too long for their bodies. Their outlines shimmered, as though reality couldn't fully contain them. The hum in the air grew stronger, matching the watcher's approach. "Steady," Ramirez barked, raising his rifle. The watchers advanced with that unnerving grace, no footsteps audible on the wet stone. Sasha fired her shotgun in sheer panic. The blast echoed, but the watchers didn't flinch. The buckshot pinged off the rock behind them. My heart hammered. Guns had never been effective before, but reflex took over. Some of us fired anyway, hoping to buy time. The watchers paused, heads canting as if assessing us. For a split second, we locked eyes. Or at least, I locked eyes with the emptiness where eyes should be. A wave of nausea and fear slammed into me. The very air around them seemed to warp. "Charge them," DuPont shouted, hitting the detonator switch for the explosives. But we'd miscalculated the watchers' speed. In less than a heartbeat, they blurred forward, covering impossible distance. One soldier cried out, toppling backward as a watcher's limb lashed out, brushing him with a sizzling spark of blue-white light. "Jet back!" Tanya screamed, firing her pistol in vain. Another watcher flickered, reappearing near Dr. Lee in the array. Panic seized me. If they destroyed the device before the charges went off, we'd lose our chance. I lunged, grabbing Dr. Lee's arm and yanking her away from the array. At the same moment, the Watchers unleashed a blinding flash of light. My vision sparked, turning everything into negative silhouettes. I heard screams, a soldier, a volunteer, I couldn't tell who. Clinging to consciousness, I groped for the detonator. DuPont was on his knees, disoriented, but the device was still clutched in his hand. I crawled toward him. All around, the Watchers flickered in and out, lashing at anyone nearby with arcs of crackling energy. My mind reeled with the crescendoing hum. At last, I found DuPont. He stared blankly ahead, dazed by the Watcher's assault. I pried the detonator from his hand, forcing my eyes to focus. In a blurred arc of movement, one Watcher noticed me, turning with that unholy fluidity. Its elongated, arm raised, light surging around it. There was no time to think. I slammed the detonator's trigger. A thunderous roar filled the chamber, drowning out every other sound. The floor convulsed beneath us as rock cracked and tumbled from above. Dust and debris exploded in all directions, the pressure wave hitting like a physical punch. My ears rang, a high-pitched whine blotting out the world. I shielded my face with one arm, blindly groping for any cover. The ceiling caved in with a monstrous crash, boulders smashing to the ground. A thick cloud of choking dust engulfed us, and the stench of gunpowder and crushed limestone burned my nostrils. In the chaos, I felt Tanya tug at my shirt, pulling me away from falling debris. I tried to call her name, but only a raw croak emerged. My lungs burned as we stumbled, searching for the side passage, our planned escape route. Rocks pelted the floor, and any light from our flashlights was lost in the swirling grit. At last, we found a small opening, had to be the exit. Tanya and I practically hurled ourselves through, dragging Dr. Lee, who coughed violently. Ramirez, Perez, and Sasha emerged too, eyes wide with terror. Half the team was missing. I couldn't see them. Then another deafening crack, and the roof behind us collapsed entirely. The passageway shook. Dust and pebbles rained down. We pressed on, half crawling, half staggering, praying the entire tunnel wouldn't cave in. My heart pounded with adrenaline and dread, each beat echoing the fear that we'd entombed ourselves in this forsaken place. Finally, we burst into a smaller side chamber that led to the surface. The air was thinner but less dust-choked. I collapsed against a rock, gasping. Tanya slid down beside me, Dr. Lee to her other side. Ramirez and Perez crouched, scanning the area for Watchers. Sasha sank to her knees, tears carving trails in the dust on her face. For a few seconds, none of us spoke. Our ears rang so loudly it was impossible to communicate. I wiped grime from my eyes, trying to see if we were alone, and if the Watchers were gone. A minute later, the dust began to settle, revealing a battered but intact tunnel that angled upward. No sign of the Watchers' flickering glow or the ominous hump. Just the steady drip of water from cracks in the ceiling and the occasional shift of loose gravel. "Sasha," I managed to croak, my voice raw. "You okay?" She nodded mutely, pressing a hand to her chest. Ramirez tried to speak, coughed, then rasped out, "Well lost Terrence, Joel, and the others." Tanya's eyes shimmered. "I don't know. I didn't see them. The Watchers were right on top of us." A pang of horror and guilt flared in my chest. We'd known the mission was dangerous, but to lose them like this, my hands shook as I reached for the flashlight, flicking it on. The beam illuminated the battered tunnel walls, the chunks of rock that had nearly sealed us in. Dr. Lee peered at her frequency meter, now cracked and faintly glowing. She let out a ragged breath. No strong signals. If the Watchers survived that blast, they're not here. The main cavern is gone. I stared at the rubble blocking our path back. We collapsed it on top of them. Or we at least destroyed whatever they had in there. Tanya leaned her head against the rock, eyes shut. "So it's over." None of us dared to answer. The Watchers had vanished before, only to reappear. But this time, we dealt a massive blow, likely annihilating their device if it was indeed in that chamber. Eventually, Ramirez cleared his throat. "We should find a way out before the tide comes in." We limped through the tunnel, hearts heavy with loss and uncertain hope. After a few harrowing twists and turns, We caught a sliver of daylight, pale and welcoming. One final scramble brought us to a narrow exit onto the southern beach, the tide lapping at the rocks below. Carl was the first to spot us, rushing over with a cry. He and 2 volunteers hauled us onto safe ground, where fresh air filled our lungs. Captain Royce followed, face etched with worry. "You're alive," he breathed, relief mingled with shock. We heard the explosion. The whole cliff seemed to shake. I nodded, wiping sweat and dust from my face. "Wham!" Set off the charges. Cavern collapsed. We lost some people. My voice broke. "Butte, I think we got them." Royce scanned our battered group. No sign of the Watchers. "Nothing," Tanya said weakly. "They were right on us." Then the blast that was it bought. For a long moment, silence reigned, broken only by the hiss of surf. Our ragtag band, soldiers, volunteers, survivors, gathered around, some kneeling to help the injured. Carl pressed canteens into our hands, and someone draped a blanket over Sasha's trembling shoulders. A sense of grim accomplishment flickered in my mind, tempered by the knowledge of what we'd lost. We had inflicted a devastating blow, burying the Watchers and their technology under countless tons of rock, or so we hoped. Whether that truly ended their threat remained to be seen. But for the first time since this nightmare began, I dared to believe we had a fighting chance. I turned to Tanya, who looked at me with a fragile smile. "We did it," she whispered. I pulled her into a brief, dusty hug. "We did something. Let's hope it was enough." As medics and volunteers ushered us up the beach, the morning sun rose higher, illuminating a devastated coastline. Yet there was a strange peace in that golden light. We had struck back against the Watchers, and if fate was on our side, Clearwater Bay might finally begin to heal. For a long while, I just sat on a makeshift cot, staring out at the sunlit beach. The rescue effort had turned the shoreline into an impromptu triage zone. Volunteers and soldiers darted about, helping the injured from our cave expedition. Dust-coated survivors cuffed, guzzling water, while medics checked for bruises, fractures, or worse. The tang of burnt gunpowder still clung to the air, mingling with the sharp scent of salt water. My ears rang from the explosion, and my lungs felt raw from inhaling dust. The Watchers' final assault flashed in my mind, elongated silhouettes lashing out, arcs of light searing the darkness, and that last thunderous blast as we triggered the charges. We had collapsed the main cavern, burying the Watchers' technology, and presumably the Watchers themselves, in a tomb of rubble. Tanya limped over, gingerly lowering herself onto a crate beside me. She looked as worn as I felt, her uniform torn, a gash above her eyebrow, caked with dried blood. Yet she managed a faint smile. "They say you've got a few bruised ribs, but nothing broken." I managed a weak chuckle, testing the H in my side. "I'll survive." She exhaled, gaze drifting to the cliffs. The cave entrance was out of sight, hidden by a jutting rock face, but the memory of the explosion hovered like a specter in the air. "We lost a lot of good people in there," she said softly. My throat tightened. Terrence Joel, a few soldiers, and possibly more. We still weren't sure if anyone else had been trapped behind falling debris. "We did," I murmured. "But if it means the Watchers are gone, it wasn't in vain." Tanya rubbed her eyes. "I hope you're right. Part of me can't shake the feeling that they might not be finished." I shared that sense of unease. The Watchers had seemed so unstoppable before, capable of appearing and vanishing at will. Could a simple cave collapse truly snuff out such an otherworldly force? Despite the relief and celebration among some of the troops, my gut churned with lingering dread. Captain Royce appeared, stepping carefully around debris. He carried a radio in one hand, an old model that might still work, apparently shielded enough to survive our earlier EMP-like burst. "How are you two holding up?" he asked, voice subdued. I shrugged. "We're alive, so that's something." Tanya nodded toward the radio. "Any updates?" Royce cleared his throat, lifting the device. "Just managed to get a weak signal from the convoy that left a couple of days ago. They're about 30 miles inland, holed up in a small town. No sign of Watchers attacking them. That news lifted a burden from my chest. At least our most vulnerable citizens, and Agent Howard, who'd gone with them, were safe. Good, I said, letting out a slow breath. Any mention of help coming this way. Agent Howard's pushing for more federal support, but communications are spotty. It might be days or longer, and she said the metal shards are drawing a lot of attention from higher ups. Can't blame them, Tanya said, glancing at me. If we really destroyed the Watcher's main device, those shards are all that's left of their technology. Royce nodded gravely. We still need to remain on guard. For now, though, it looks like we won ourselves some peace. He flashed a tired smile, an attempt at optimism. But I could see in his eyes the same question gnawing at me. Is it really over? Recovery efforts over the next 2 days, Clearwater Bay took hesitant steps toward normalcy. The power grid was still a smoking ruin, so makeshift generators chugged day and night to supply minimal electricity for key locations, the community center on a turned shelter and a small medical station. Most folks who remained in town tried to patch up their homes or salvage what was left of their livelihoods. With the Watchers presumably gone, an odd calm settled in. The beaches, once a stage for terror, lay peaceful under the midday sun. Fishermen started venturing out again in ancient diesel boats, hoping to catch something to feed their families. We set up new volunteer patrols, just in case, but night after night passed without a single report of flickering silhouettes or bright flashes. Tanya and I spent countless hours cataloging the losses, the missing, the dead, the traumatized. We held somber meetings with the mayor, who'd finally returned from the inland convoy to oversee the town's recovery, and with Father Benedict, who organized small prayer vigils for those lost. Even Harriet Murch, the local newspaper editor, tried to capture the relief in her articles, scrawling headlines like, "Is the nightmare over?" on flimsy leftover newsprint. Despite my guarded sense of hope, I couldn't let my guard down completely. Every time I stepped outside at night, I found myself scanning the horizon, expecting a hum or a flash. None came. The Watchers, if they'd survived, were staying quiet or biding their time. Daughter. Lee's breakthrough on the third morning after the explosion. I visited Dr. Li's makeshift lab, still located in a cramped classroom at the community center. She'd been recovering from the cave incident too, suffering a minor concussion, but insisted on resuming her work. I found her sitting at a table cluttered with frequency charts, battered electronics, and leftover cables. She wore large headphones attached to an old analog receiver, twisting the dial to various frequencies. When she saw me, she set them aside and gestured me closer. "Sam," she said quietly, "I've been listening to the band of frequencies where we once detected the Watchers hum." A chill tightened my chest. "Picking up anything?" She exhaled, tapping a notepad. "Static mostly, but there's a faint interference around 22 kilohertz, almost like a signal's trying to break through." I swallowed. Could it be local interference from the generators? No, the pattern's too irregular. It could be background cosmic noise, but it doesn't match typical solar or atmospheric interference. She looked at me with concern. "I'm not saying it's definitely Watchers, just that I'm detecting a faint anomaly." My mind flashed to Father Benedict's warning that the Watchers might not be gone for good. Could they still be active somewhere else? Maybe deeper underground or offshore? Dr. Lee shrugged, frustration in her eyes. Hard to say. Could be a leftover echo. Honestly, I hope to see a dead frequency band, which would confirm we'd wiped them out. But this reading suggests some residual presence. My heart sank. Let's keep this quiet for now. We don't want to spark panic unless we're sure. She nodded. I'll keep monitoring. If it intensifies, we need to alert everyone. I left the lab with my thoughts racing. For days, people had begun to let their guard down, feeling victorious. But if the Watchers still lingered, even as a faint signal, our fight might not be finished. A haunting discovery that evening, and I sat at the diner, turned shelter, sipping mugs of weak tea. The power still hadn't been fully restored, so candles flickered around the room, throwing shadows on the walls. A few soldiers and locals ate canned stew at nearby tables, talking in hushed voices. "What's on your mind?" Tanya asked, noticing my distant stare. I hesitated. "Darks," Lee's picking up faint signals on the watcher's frequency band. Tanya's shoulders slumped, her eyes sliding shut. Just when we thought it was safe, I lowered my voice. "She's not certain it's them. Could be stray interference. But if they are still out there..." She set her mug down. "So what do? We've lost half our manpower. Our jammers are fried. And the caves are buried. Maybe that's enough to keep them at bay. Or maybe not." A bitter taste filled my mouth, even stronger than the tea. "Let's wait a little longer. See if Dr. Lee confirms anything solid. We can't ring the alarm bells on a hunch." Tanya nodded, though I could see the tension in her jaw. Agreed. "But if we sense any sign of watchers returning, we mobilize." No hesitation. But before I could respond, Officer Ramirez burst into the diner, face drained of color. "You two need to come to the beach. Now, we found something." My pulse kicked. Without another word, Tanya and I followed him outside. It was dusk, the sky tinged with deep blues and purples. We jogged across the darkened street, flashlights in hand, weaving past piles of debris. When we reached the beach, a small cluster of soldiers and volunteers stood in a tight circle, lanterns raised. "What is it?" I asked, pushing through the gathering. In the center of the circle lay a body, face down in the sand. My stomach lurched when I recognized the uniform. One of the missing soldiers from our cave expedition, last seen during the explosion. He'd been presumed dead or buried. Yet here he was, washed ashore as if spat out by the sea. Tanya knelt beside him, checking for signs of life, though the state of his body made it clear he was gone. His skin was pale, with unusual dark streaks under the surface, like veins turned black. No obvious wounds, but the same disturbing expression we'd seen on other Watcher victims, eyes wide, mouth slightly open in silent horror. Ramirez spoke quietly. He just floated in with the tide. Some fishermen spotted him. Fear wrapped icy fingers around my spine. Had the Watchers kept him alive underground before discarding him? Or had he somehow crawled through submerged caves, only to drown? A soldier named Perez swallowed. No visible injuries. This is just like the earliest cases. Tanya's voice trembled. One need Dr. Merriweather to do a full examination. This might confirm if the Watchers are truly gone or not. I forced myself to steady my breathing. Let's get him to the medical station. Though dread twisted my gut, I helped Ramirez and Perez carry the body. The moon rose overhead, cold and watchful, as if it bore witness to everything we'd tried so hard to bury in the collapse. The autopsy at the medical station, which was really just a series of curtained, off tables in the community center. Dr. Merriweather examined the body under a portable lamp. Her rubber gloves squeaked as she pressed on the soldier's skin, feeling for injuries or abnormalities. Tanya, Ramirez, and I stood by, bracing ourselves for whatever she might find. It's the same pattern of organ failure, Dr. Merriweather muttered, flipping through a small notebook. Enlarged blood vessels, especially around the heart and brain. Minimal external damage, but everything inside looks like it shut down. My mouth felt dry. So, consistent with the Watcher's known victims. She nodded grimly. Wes. On the surface, it mirrors the surfer case and the others at the beginning. Massive internal shock. No obvious cause. The blackening of the veins suggests some kind of intense energy or radiation exposure. Ramirez cursed under his breath. So they are still out there. Or they were. Maybe he got trapped with them and they took him like some science experiment. Tanya winced. Then disposed of him after. God. I squeezed my fists, anger mingling with horror. If that's true, then burying the cavern didn't kill them all. A Dr. Merriweather covered the soldier with a sheet, looking both sorrowful and exhausted. "I'm sorry," she said softly. "I wish I had better news." Silence settled over us, thick with dread. The Watchers, or at least a remnant of them, had either survived the cave collapse or had never been fully contained there to begin with. My mind whirled with questions. How many remain? Where are they hiding now? Tanya's voice broke the hush. "We need to warn everyone. And if Dr. Lee's readings are correct..." She stared at me, eyes filled with resolve and fear. "We might be heading for another confrontation." I nodded, swallowing hard. "Then, let's make sure we're ready this time." A new threat emerges. Word spread quickly that a missing soldier's body had washed up in the same condition as past Watcher victims. Whispers of a renewed threat rippled through the battered town. Some people panicked, packing their belongings and begging to join the inland convoy. But the roads were treacherous, and we had few functioning vehicles left. We tried to maintain calm, insisting no new abductions had occurred yet. Meanwhile, Dear Lee continued monitoring the odd frequency anomaly. By day's end, she reported a slight uptick in the interference pattern. Still faint, but growing. At a hastily arranged meeting, the mayor, Father Benedict, Captain Royce, Tanya, and I debated our next steps. We'd lost so many resources in the cave operation. We had no advanced jammers left, no large-scale explosives. The Watchers had forced our hand once before. Could we muster another plan if they returned in force? "We have to consider evacuation," the mayor said, voice trembling. "The rest of us too." Royce folded his arms. "We can't move everyone safely. And we have no proof the Watchers won't follow us inland. This might be a global issue, not just Clearwater Bay's." Tanya rubbed her temples. "So we stay. But do what?" Our best shot was the cave collapse. I bit my lip, recalling Father Benedict's mention of the Great Shatter in old legends. We'd unleashed a modern version with our EMP blast, then collapsed the cave. Yet the Watchers still lingered. Could we replicate a smaller version of that energy burst again? We don't need to blow up the entire grid. Just enough to disrupt the Watchers, maybe drive them off for good. Royce looked skeptical. "We don't have the jammers or the hardware for that." Agent Howard took the shards inland. Dr. Lee's contraption was destroyed in the explosion. "But we do still have DART." "Lee," Father Benedict interjected gently, "and we have faith in her brilliance. Perhaps we can gather enough remnants, spare parts, even to craft something new." Tanya's eyes flashed with a hint of hope. "We also have the old microwave tower outside town. That's an analog system. If it still stands, maybe we can repurpose its transmitter somehow." That idea lit a spark in me. Right, the tower was mostly offline, but the structure might be intact. Could Data Lie rig it to broadcast a jamming frequency, a wide-scale pulse, a Royce paced considering? If we managed that, we could potentially saturate the area with interference, hamper the Watcher's ability to appear or abduct. But a large-scale pulse might fry what remains of our electronics again. The mayor sighed. "We barely have a functioning generator as it is." A hush settled as we weighed the pros and cons. Another massive disruption might push our town further into ruin. But if we did nothing, the Watchers could resume abductions at any moment. Finally, I cleared my throat. "Let's at least check the tower, see if it's possible. We'll treat it as a last resort." Murmurs of agreement followed. We ended the meeting with a plan. Tanya and I would lead a small team to survey the microwave tower, located about 2 miles from town on a rocky bluff. Dr. Lee would join us to assess its equipment. If it looked salvageable, we'd figure out a method to power it and craft a frequency strong enough to disrupt the Watchers for good. The tower on the bluff. Early the next morning, we set out. The sun was barely up, painting the sky in soft oranges and pinks. A battered pickup truck, one of the few vehicles still running, carried me, Tanya, Dr. Lai, and a soldier named Chen. The tower, once part of an old TV and radio relay system, loomed on the horizon, its metal framework silhouetted against the pale light. The drive took us along a winding coastal road. In better times, it would have been scenic. cliffs dropping to the sea on one side, rolling hills on the other. Now, the wreckage of half-burnt cars and fallen power lines marred the view. We passed an abandoned house, its windows boarded up. No signs of watchers, but the tension never left my chest. When we arrived at the tower's base, a rusted chain link fence circled the compound. A small building stood near the lattice of steel beams, probably once a control station. We parked by the gate, stepping out into a stiff ocean breeze. Doc, Lee shielded her eyes from the sun. Structure looks intact from here. Let's see if the interior equipment is salvageable. A Chen hopped the fence, unlatching it from inside so we could drive the truck through. We proceeded cautiously, flashlights and sidearms at the ready, just in case. The watchers were less likely to appear during daylight. Most sightings had occurred at night or in darkness, but we couldn't be complacent. Inside, the control building was cramped and dusty, littered with old circuit boards, monitors, and switch panels from another era. Lee's eyes lit with cautious excitement as she ran her hands over the machinery. This is old school, mostly analog systems, perfect for our needs, if we can power it. But Tanya tested a light switch. Nothing. No surprise there. Dr. Lee nodded. We'll bring a generator, maybe rig some solar panels if any are left. The key is hooking an amplifier to the tower so we can broadcast a jamming signal over a wide area. I tried not to let my hopes soar too high. Even if we got the tower running, we weren't sure it would fully stop the watchers. But maybe it would disrupt them enough to force a retreat. Or at least protect the town from more abductions. Chen crouched near a cracked console, brushing off layers of grime. We'll need replacement parts, but the main infrastructure might still function. Tanya exhaled, a small smile touching her lips. This is doable then. Dr. Lee met her gaze. With time. Days, maybe. And we'll have to cannibalize other electronics from town. The more power we can feed into this, the stronger the signal. The time frame worried me. If the watchers decided to strike again soon, would we have enough time to finish? Let's get started. We'll gather parts today, set up a generator, see if we can bring this tower back to life. A determined light flickered in Dr. Lee's eyes. Then let's not waste a second. By midday, we'd inventoried the site. The tower's main transmitter was battered by years of disuse, but with some effort, Lee believed it could be adapted to emit a focused electromagnetic pulse across our immediate region. We'd basically be building a giant version of her short-range array, only this time anchored to the tower's framework and boosted by any power we could muster. Tanya called in a team of volunteers to help transport gear. Some rummaged through abandoned garages for old radio equipment or spools of copper wiring. Others found a second functional generator in an old barn on the outskirts. Every salvageable piece of technology became a precious resource for our last-ditch defense. I couldn't shake the uneasy sense that time was running out. The watchers had been quiet for days, but the soldiers' washed-up body was proof they still lingered. Each night I dreamt of low humming, silhouettes drifting through moonlit fog, an ever-present threat. Despite my apprehension, seeing townspeople and soldiers working together at the tower site gave me a shred of optimism. If we succeeded in reactivating the transmitter, we might finally tip the scales in our favor. A warning from the sea as sunset approached on our second day of tower renovations. We got a disturbing report. Fishermen had spotted strange lights beneath the water just off the coast. A rumor spread quickly among the volunteers. The watchers had always been linked to beach sightings, and now they seemed to be gathering under the waves. Tanya and I hurried down to the docks, where a pair of fishermen, Joe and Marcus, stood by their idle boats, faces pale. Joe gestured out to sea. We saw M just a few hours ago, a glowing patch under the surface maybe half a mile out. Didn't last long, but it was bright enough to see in daylight. But Marcus nodded, swallowing hard. It vanished in a blink. No sound, no splash. Just gone. My heart drummed. The watchers might be regrouping underwater, possibly near submerged cave systems or deeper ocean trenches. You sure it wasn't a school of bioluminescent jellyfish? Joe glared. Don't insult me, Farnham. I've fished these waters my whole life. This was no jellyfish. It was damn near the size of a submarine. Tanya chewed her lip. We already suspected the watchers could travel in and out of the sea. Looks like they might be gathering for another move. I thanked the fishermen for reporting, then walked back up the pier with Tanya, thoughts churning. If the watchers were amassing under the water, maybe they planned to strike from the sea. She voiced the concern on both our minds. How do we fight them if they come from the ocean? We can't exactly blow that up. I grimaced. We finish the tower, broadcast a wide enough disruption. If they try to surface or appear on land, we hit them with everything we've got. She nodded, resigned. Then, let's make sure Lee has all the help she needs. That night, I found Dr. Lai Chen and a small crew huddled around the tower's control station, the dusty interior illuminated by a string of battery-powered lamps. They had torn apart old analog radios, spliced cables, and salvaged components from a broken generator to build a more powerful amplifier. Wires dangled from the ceiling like a high-tech spider web. How's it going? I asked, stepping over a coil of cable. Dr. Lee didn't look up from her soldering iron. We're making progress. Another day or two, and we can attempt a test broadcast. Chen handed me a tangle of notes. We mapped out the frequencies we want to target. Basically the Watchers' known hum range, plus a broader band that might disrupt their energy fields. I whistled, scanning the technical jargon. I barely understand half of this, but if it works, Lee set the soldering iron aside, wiping her brow. We have to believe it will. Our gear won't generate a city-wide EMP like before, but a continuous broadcast might keep them from materializing here. Think of it like an invisible fence. If they cross it, they get hit with disruption. A tired smile tugged at my lips. I'll take any fence we can get. Yet even as I left the tower that night, a storm of doubt brewed in my mind. The Watchers had proven cunning and adaptable. Would a broadcast truly cage them out, or merely provoke them into striking from another angle? I walked alone along the bluff, listening to the crash of waves below. The moon had risen, half full but bright enough to cast a pale reflection on the sea. My gaze drifted to that horizon where days ago, a battered yacht had drifted ashore with a lone survivor. His wife taken in a flash of light. So many lives shattered, so many unanswered questions. Grief and anger churned inside me. If the Watchers dared to surface again, we'd be ready. And this time, we wouldn't rely on desperation. We had a plan, a tower, and a signal that might force them away from Clearwater Bay forever. I stepped away from the bluff under a sky riddled with stars. The tower loomed behind me, its silent framework glowing faintly in the moonlight. A breeze whispered through the scrub brush, carrying the smell of salt and the faint memory of tragedy. Even as I headed back to town, my thoughts remained tethered to the Watchers. Those elusive silhouettes that seemed capable of coming and going like living shadows. The drive along the coastal road felt endless under the pale moon. The battered pickup rattled over potholes, and each jolt reminded me how worn and fragile our world had become. My heart pounded as I reviewed everything we'd seen: the body of our missing soldier washing ashore, Dr. Li's readings, stories of lights under the water. Some part of me had hoped the cave collapse was enough, but the Watchers' presence lingered. Maybe they could never be fully destroyed, only deterred. When I reached town, the streets lay hushed except for a few flickering lanterns. Days without major sightings had lulled many into a precarious calm. Outside the diner, I spotted Tanya leaning against a street lamp with arms folded, scanning the road. She glanced up at me when I parked, a look of wary relief in her eyes. "How's the tower?" she asked. "Combing together," I replied, stepping out of the truck. "Dr. Lee thinks we can attempt a test signal by tomorrow evening, if we can find enough spare parts for a stable power feed." She wants me to coordinate with any scavenging teams who know where we can find old batteries or cables. Tanya nodded. That shouldn't be too hard. We'll tear this town apart if we have to. The determination in her voice lifted my spirits. I'd always admired Tanya's grit, but never as much as now, facing an impossible threat with unwavering resolve. Together, we walked to the diner. Inside, the glow of a few LED lanterns revealed huddles of people finishing a meager supper of canned beans and soup. The lingering hush pressed on my ears, a stark contrast to the usual chatter of a pre-disaster evening. We found a corner booth and sank into the torn vinyl seats. Harriet Murch, the local newspaper editor, sipped from a chipped mug at the next table. She'd been writing articles by hand these days, using whatever scraps of paper she could salvage. In any other crisis, she would have played it up with sensational headlines, but now her demeanor was subdued. She gave us a courteous nod. "How long until this tower is operational?" Harriet asked quietly, twirling her pen. Tanya rubbed her temples. "If all goes well, maybe 24 hours. But it's not guaranteed. We're improvising with junk." Harriet offered a wan smile. "Junk is about all we have left. Still, if this wide-range signal stops those things..." Her voice trailed off. We all knew what she meant. If it really could force the Watchers back, or at least keep them from grabbing more of us. My mind went to Doctor's mention of possible side effects. How the tower might fry what's left of our electronics, or cause unpredictable surges. We had so few functioning devices left, I almost laughed at the thought of damaging them further. But nothing else mattered if we couldn't stop the Watchers for good. We parted ways, Tanya and I stepping back into the quiet street. "I'll round up volunteers at first light," she said. "We'll score any abandoned shops or houses for wiring, batteries, generators. Whatever might help. You talk to Dutter. Lie, figure out the specs she needs." "Got it," I replied, mustering a faint smile. "Let's make tomorrow count." But we went our separate ways in the darkness. I returned to my cramped apartment above the old general store. My bed offered little solace. I tossed and turned. Mind haunted by remembered dreams of glowing lights beneath black waves, of elongated figures emerging onto shore with silent menace. In those nightmares, the Watchers encircled the tower, humming in unison until the steel beams warped and collapsed. I awoke in a cold sweat, heart pounding, sunrise barely hinting at the horizon. Despite the sleepless night, I forced myself to focus on the day's tasks. By mid-morning, a small convoy of vehicles, 2 ancient pickups, a military truck, and a few bicycles, fanned out across Clearwater Bay to scavenge for anything remotely electrical. A sense of urgency underpinned every movement. The Watchers might strike at any moment, especially if they sensed our plan. I stayed at the tower site, working beside Dr. Lee to organize the growing piles of junk. She orchestrated the chaos with surprising precision, shouting instructions for which parts to salvage. We'd created a makeshift workshop under a tarp, tools laid out on folding tables, wires snaking everywhere. Periodically, she'd pause to check her battered frequency analyzer, nodding or frowning at whatever signals she saw. Around noon, a pickup arrived carrying a trove of old car batteries. Tanya hopped out of the passenger seat, triumph flashing in her tired eyes. "We found these behind a mechanic's garage," she announced. "They might hold a charge if we chain them together." "Perfect," Dr. Lee said, wiping sweat from her brow. "The more power, the better. We'll connect them in series, feed that into the main amplifier." But Tanya and I hauled the batteries into the workshop. Each one was heavy, coated in dust and grime. My muscles burned, but hope buoyed me. With enough juice, we could saturate the entire shoreline with disruptive frequencies, maybe even reach offshore. If the Watchers lurked under the waves, they wouldn't be able to materialize without crossing our broadcast net. By mid-afternoon, the tower had transformed into a mad scientist's dream. Thick cables spiraled up the steel frame, anchored by duct tape and zip ties. A junction box the size of a small refrigerator housed the improvised power distribution system. Solar panels scavenged from an RV park supplemented the generator's output. Doth. Lee's eyes glowed with fierce determination as she checked every connection. All right, she announced finally. We're ready for a test. It won't be full power yet, but it'll let us see if the transmitter even works. She gestured for me to help her with the final switch. We'd rigged a large lever near the entrance to the control building, so we could cut power in an emergency. Tanya Chen and a cluster of volunteers stood at a safe distance, tension brimming in their faces. Here goes, I muttered, throwing the lever. The generator coughed, then roared to life with a guttural chug. Within seconds, the tower's metal beams hummed faintly. Dr. Lai flipped a second switch on the main console, sending a wave of static crackling through the air. For a moment, the frequency analyzer spiked, and I felt a strange pressure in my ears, like ascending a steep hill. Then the hum evened out, settling into a low, steady throb that pulsed through the ground. It's broadcasting, Dolly said, her voice almost reverent. Not at full strength yet, but look, the waveforms are stable. Tanya let out a breath she'd been holding. No, let's see if we short-circuit the entire town. We kept the power flow limited to reduce the risk of a meltdown, watching for any sign of watchers or abrupt anomalies. After a few minutes, Dr. Lee smiled. No major fluctuations. I think it's holding. A collective relief passed through us. Our contraption might actually work. We shut it down for the moment, planning a full test after dusk, when watchers were most likely to roam. If they tried to appear, our broadcast would slam them with disruptive energy. As the sun sank, painting the western sky orange, we prepared for the night's trial. Word spread among the remaining townspeople: stay indoors, keep lights low, and let the tower work. Some expressed fear that we might trigger the watchers' wrath or fry any surviving electronic gadgets. But the consensus was clear: better to risk that than face more abductions. We gathered at the tower's control building, lanterns lit. Tanya, Dr. Captain Royce, and a handful of others formed a tight circle. Lee's voice trembled slightly with excitement and concern. When I switch on full power, we'll broadcast a wide, band-jamming signal across the watcher's known frequency range, plus some extra to account for unknown harmonics. If they're out there, we'll either repel them or provoke a direct confrontation. Royce set his jaw. Then we'll be ready. Soldiers patrolled the perimeter with night vision goggles, scanning land and sea. Civilians crouched behind barricades or in vehicles, arms braced on dashboards. The tension reminded me of old war movies, except this time the enemy was like a living ghost. At exactly 9 p.m., Doctor flipped the master switch. The generator ramped up to a higher roar, electricity coursing through the tower's spires. An audible hum resonated through the steel, and the bass vibrated beneath our feet. Chen monitored the readouts, calling out numbers that meant little to me but seemed to satisfy Dr. Lee. For the first few minutes, nothing happened. The air felt thick, as if anticipating a storm. I glanced at Tanya, who gripped her flashlight with white, knuckled fingers. We waited, the tower's pulse beating like a giant mechanical heart. Then, in the distance, a soldier's voice crackled over a walkie-talkie, one of the rare units that still functioned. This is Ramirez on the South Pier. I see lights in the water, half a mile offshore. My pulse lurched. Lights in the water, that's what the fishermen saw, I muttered. Royce barked into the walkie-talkie. Stay put. Observe. We're cranking the tower to max. Dr. Lee nodded at me, and I helped her push the lever fully open, doubling the broadcast strength. The generator sputtered but held. The hum climbed in pitch, now more like a strained whine. Sparks danced around the cables. Ramirez's voice came through again, strained. Those lights, they're moving closer. Oh God, I can see shapes under the surface. A chill froze my veins. If the watchers were converging from below, they might try to emerge on the beach or the pier. Everyone stay at your posts, I said into the radio. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Moments later, a different squad reported from the cliffside. Seer, we've got flickering lights near the shoreline, heading north. Tanya and I exchanged grim looks. The watchers were responding to our broadcast. But in which way? Retreat or attack? The tension frayed my nerves, each second feeling like an hour. Suddenly, a shudder ran through the tower's frame. The frequency analyzer spiked wildly, and Dr. Lee let out a gasp.
Energy surge!
Something's interfering with the broadcast. My heart slammed. Could it be the watchers forcing their own signal back at us? Royce drew his pistol, though we both knew bullets did little good. Stay alert, everyone. They might be trying to overload the system. Indeed, the tower's hum grew ragged, interspersed with jagged pulses that rattled the control building windows. Sparks erupted from a junction box, and we scrambled to shut it down before it started a fire. Over the radio, Ramirez shouted, "There on the beach, multiple silhouettes, my flashlights flickering." Static cut him off. Fear whipped through me. I turned to Dar. "Lee, we have to maintain the signal or we lose our advantage." She nodded, tears in her eyes. "The watchers are pushing back. If we cut power, they might swarm the town." Tanya grabbed a fire extinguisher, dousing the sparking cables. "We just need a stable flow for a few more minutes." We forced the system to keep broadcasting, though the tower groaned in protest. Another soldier radioed in. "I see them. 2 watchers, maybe more. They keep flickering, like they're partially disrupted." That was exactly what we needed to hear. The watchers struggled to manifest under the barrage of jamming frequencies. Their outlines must have been unstable, half-formed in our plane. If we held out long enough, they might be forced to retreat or risk being torn apart by the interference. But the watchers weren't giving up easily. An invisible force slammed into the tower, shaking the entire structure. The overhead lights in the control building blew out with a deafening pop, plunging us into darkness. Dr. Lee's laptop died, and the monitoring equipment flickered off. We only had flashlights and the shrill whine of the generator. I shouted into the darkness, "Keep that generator going, no matter what." Chen and another volunteer clung to the engine, wrestling to keep its throttle open. Outside, a monstrous wind seemed to kick up, howling around the tower's supports. Tanya peered out the doorway, and I saw her face pale. "They're out there," she whispered, shining her flashlight at swirling dust. "The watchers are circling." My skin crawled. Normally they appeared and vanished in an instant, but now they hovered, silhouettes shifting in and out of reality, drawn by the pulse yet repelled by it. We had them in a deadlock, each side struggling for supremacy. A scream echoed from near the fence. I lunged outside, flashlight bobbing, and saw a volunteer splayed on the ground convulsing. Beyond him a watcher shape towered, arms elongated, flickering wildly. Its aura crackled like electricity, sending arcs of light that danced along the chain link. I leveled my sidearm, even though I knew it was mostly useless. Still, I fired. The watcher twitched but didn't vanish. Then a second watcher rippled into view behind it, a stuttering silhouette nearly 9 feet tall. The hum from the tower fluctuated, making my teeth ache. I heard Dusser, Lee yelling something about stabilizing the output. Sparks rained from the top of the tower, illuminating everything in harsh, momentary flashes. Gritting my teeth, I rushed forward to drag the volunteer back, ignoring the prickling static in the air. The watcher turned, shimmering as though fighting to keep its shape. Its head tilted, and a burst of light flared from its elongated arm. Agony slammed through me like a sonic wave, and my vision flashed white. I nearly collapsed, but a surge of adrenaline carried me onward. I seized the volunteer's vest and yanked him behind a concrete block. Tanya emerged from the control building, shouting over the infernal whine. She hurled a metal rod, maybe a crowbar, at the watcher. It passed right through its body. But the watcher's form hissed and distorted as if the jamming wave had intensified. A flicker, a spasm, and then it vanished in a cascade of sparks. Somehow, we were pushing them back, not with bullets or bombs, but with sheer electromagnetic force that scrambled their ability to exist here. I felt a fleeting surge of hope, tempered by the continuing chaos. If we just held on at that moment, the generator let out a high-pitched scream and coughed black smoke. Chen roared,
It's overheating!
"We're gonna lose it." Dr. Lee stumbled from the building, face streaked with soot. "We have to throttle down or it'll blow," she cried. If we throttled down, the watchers would immediately sense the drop in interference and surge forward. We were balancing on a razor's edge. Another shockwave rippled the air, and I realized we had no good choices left. If the generator exploded, we'd be done for. If we cut power, we'd be overrun. Tanya locked eyes with me across the swirling dust. In that instant, I understood her intention. We had to push the watchers to the brink, hope they retreated, then cut power at the last possible second before the generator destroyed itself. I shouted across the cacophony, "Full power, one last time." Dr. Lee's eyes widened in alarm, but she nodded. We both raced to the console, ignoring the arcs of electricity dancing across the walls. She slammed the lever to its maximum setting. The generator wailed like a dying beast, but the broadcast spike was immediate. Outside, watchers flickered and spasmed. Their outlines sparked violently, limbs stretching in unnatural contortions. Another flash illuminated the night, revealing half a dozen watchers in various states of instability, flailing or vanishing in mid-motion. The entire tower shook so hard, I thought the metal would tear itself apart. Then, in a final burst of crackling energy, the watchers blinked out, gone, leaving only swirling dust and crackling sparks in the air. Tanya let out a ragged cheer. Ramirez's voice crackled over the radio. "Thea retreating. All watchers gone from the pier." All around town, soldiers and volunteers reported similar sightings, watchers flickering madly, then vanishing. The jamming wave had forced them to withdraw, or had disrupted them so completely they couldn't sustain their presence. But our victory teetered on catastrophe. The generator's engine rattled, flames licking at its casing. Dr. Lai and I rushed to shut it off, hands fumbling with scorching metal. We pulled the main switch, cutting the power just as the machine's manifold burst into flames. Chen tackled the engine with a fire extinguisher, spraying foam until the flames died. We stumbled outside, coughing in the chemical haze. Tanya grabbed my arm, and for a moment neither of us spoke, just locked eyes, hearts pounding with the knowledge that we'd pushed ourselves to the limit. The tower stood battered but upright, and no watchers prowled among the fences. A spontaneous cheer rose from a handful of onlookers, soldiers, volunteers, townsfolk who'd ventured close despite the danger. Relief swelled through me, mixing with exhaustion so profound my knees nearly buckled. Tanya caught me, guiding me to sit on a shattered crate. My entire body trembled. We'd done it, at least for now. The watchers had been driven off, battered by our final surge of disruptive frequencies. If they still existed, they were scattered or severely weakened. Over the next hour, we confirmed with every patrol that no watchers remained. The sightings ended abruptly. People wept with joy, hugging each other under the star-filled sky. Our makeshift hospital treated a few injuries, burns, scrapes, men dazed by the watchers' electrical onslaught. No new abductions, though. For the first time in ages, that invisible noose around our community loosened. Captain Royce declared a victory, albeit a cautious one. In the following days, we dismantled the tower's jury-rigged system to prevent accidents. Dr. Lee believed the watchers wouldn't recover easily from that final pulse. She likened it to scrambling their anchor point in our reality. No doubt some scientific agency would eventually study it more thoroughly, but for us in Clearwater Bay, the watchers were simply gone. Much of the town lay in ruins, traumatized by weeks of terror. Yet, paradoxically, a resilient spirit emerged. People patched rooftops, reopened the diner, and set about trying to rebuild a life free of the watcher's shadow. Those who'd fled gradually returned when they heard the news. Standing at the pier a week later, I gazed at the calm ocean, recalling how it once seemed to conceal an unimaginable menace. Tanya joined me, wearing a slight smile. We leaned on the weathered railing, watching gulls wheel overhead. She nudged my shoulder. "We made it, Sam. The watches are gone. At least, that's what everyone says." I inhaled the salty air. "They're gone from here, but I can't help wondering if they'll surface somewhere else. The ocean's vast, the world bigger still." But Tanya gave a solemn nod. "Even if they do, maybe humanity's learned something. If they show up again, we won't be caught off guard." I let the thought linger, deciding not to dwell on what might happen beyond our shores. Feather Benedict said something once. Myths often hold a kernel of truth. We faced that truth head on. Her lips curved into a soft grin. And one. A gentle breeze carried the sound of hammers from the distant docks, where fishermen repaired boats. Laughter drifted from a newly reopened cafe. Despite everything, life pressed forward. A pang of sorrow still stirred for those we lost, but their memories fueled our determination to heal. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the water in molten gold, I thought about the future. Clearwater Bay might never return to its old, oblivious normalcy. We'd been scarred by an otherworldly threat and forced to unite in ways we never expected. And maybe that was the real victory. In the face of terror, we found strength within our small coastal town, forging bonds that no silhouette could sever. I glanced at Tanya, who watched the sunset with quiet wonder. "Thank you," I said, feeling words might fail to capture the depth of gratitude. "Couldn't have done this without you." She blinked, then smiled. "Right back at you, partner." But we stood in comfortable silence, waves lapping gently against the pier. Far out to sea, the fading light cast shifting patterns on the surface. Beautiful, yet still mysterious. I couldn't forget how the Watchers once lurked in that very same water, their presence a silent threat. But for now, the ocean belonged to us again. In time, new stories would overshadow the horrors we faced. The media might spin it into a legend of extraterrestrial invaders or unsolved vanishings. Perhaps, eventually, the Watchers would fade into a local myth. Yet those of us who survived would always bear the truth. Etched into our hearts and minds, we stared into the unknown and fought back. The last sliver of sun slipped beneath the horizon. Warm twilight gathered around us, and the few remaining lanterns in town began to glow. In that gentle transition from day to night, I sensed a profound peace settle over Clearwater Bay, a promise that life could indeed go on after nightmares. As the stars bloomed above, Tanya and I turned away from the sea. We walked back through the streets, still damaged, still littered with reminders of our struggle. But each broken pane of glass, each twisted hunk of metal, now felt like a testament to our resilience rather than our fear. Rebuilding would be slow, and grief would linger. But we'd reclaimed our home from something that defied explanation or reason. When we reached the diner, lights glowed softly through the windows, beckoning us inside. Harriet sat at a corner booth, scribbling notes for her next edition. Clearwater's return to dawn. A tired grin flashed as she waved us over, steaming mugs waiting. I caught Tanya's eye, and we shared a nod, a silent pact that we were ready to move forward, no matter what unknown might lie beyond the horizon. Together, we stepped in from the cooling night air. The door shut behind us with a gentle chime, leaving the sea and all its secrets in darkness. Our story had reached its close, at least here for now. And within that warm circle of light, I found the one thing that truly mattered after facing down the Watcher's hope.